And the recording has begun. I have 4:03 p.m.
Okay, call the meeting to order. Please call the roll. This is the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, our regular meeting for January 5th, 2022.
Okay. Shall we do item number 1, or would you like me to read the preamble?
Read the preamble. Yep.
Remote access to information and participation. In accordance with Governor Newsom's Executive Order N3320, declaring a state of emergency regarding the COVID-19 outbreak, and Mayor London and Breed's proclamation declaring a local emergency issued on February 25, 2020, including the guidance for gatherings issued by the San Francisco Department of Public Health officer, aggressive directives were issued to reduce the spread of COVID-19. On March 17, 2020, the Board of Supervisors authorized their board and committee meetings to convene remotely via Microsoft Teams and will allow remote public comment via teleconference. Members of the public may participate by phone or may submit their comments by email to cheryl.leger@sfgov.org. That's cheryl.leger@sfgov.org. All comments received will be made a part of the official record. Sunshine Ordinance Task Force agendas and their associated documents are available at sfbos.org/sunshine. Public comment call-in 415-906-4659. The meeting ID is 623-416-599#. As the COVID-19 disease progresses, please visit the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force website regularly to be updated on the current situation as it affects the legislative process. Chair.
And meeting decorum. Any member of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force may call for decorum due to disorderly conduct of meeting participants. Persons who engage in threatening and/or menacing behavior may be asked to leave. Okay, please, let's call the first item.
Item number.
Need a roll call first. Yeah.
Yeah, item number 1, call to order, roll call on agenda changes. Roll call. Chair Wolf.
Aye, here, present.
Chair Wolf, present. Member Neighbors.
Present.
Member Neighbors, present. Member Highland.
Present.
Member Highland, present. Vice Chair Yankee.
Present.
Vice Chair Yankee, present. Member Stein.
Present.
Member Stein, present. Member Wong.
Present.
Member Wong, present. Member Padmanabhan.
Present.
Member Padmanabhan, present. Member LaHood.
Present.
Member LaHood, present. Member Schmidt. We are not hearing from Member Schmidt. Shall we address the possible agenda changes, Chair Wolf? Chair Wolf?
We should do 1A first.
Okay. Item number 1A, findings to allow teleconference meetings under California Government Code Section 54953, paren C. No, E, paren E, sorry. The task force is expected to consider a motion setting forth findings required under Assembly Bill 361, that's AB 361, that would allow the committee to hold meetings remotely according to the modified Brown Act teleconferencing set forth in AB 361.
Okay, is there a motion?
Can you guys hold on a minute? My computer just went blank. Okay.
Is there a motion? Can't have this meeting without approving this.
Vice Chair Yankee, I'll move to approve the motion.
This is Member LaHood, a second.
Moved by Vice Chair Yankee, seconded by Member LaHood. Any discussion on the matter? Any public comment on the matter? Okay, hearing no public comment, are we ready for a vote? Hearing no objections, please call the roll.
Member Yankee.
Aye.
Vice Chair Yankee, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Neighbors.
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Highland, aye. Member Stein.
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Wong.
I'm sorry, did you just call me?
Yes, Member Wong.
Aye.
Member Wong, aye. Member Padmanabhan.
Aye.
Member Padmanabhan, aye. Vice Member Schmidt. Member Schmidt not present. Chair Wolf.
Aye.
Chair Wolf present. Moved by Member Yankee, seconded by Member LaHood to approve the motion for item 1A.
Okay, great. We can move on to any changes or adjustments to the agenda. We have one. We had a reasonable accommodation request to move item number 9 to someplace earlier in the agenda. And I'm going to suggest that we do it right after public comment.
Okay, I do want to let you know that I was at the EOT meeting, the Education Outreach and Training Committee meeting, where Ms. Jarmi Chu and Ken Pang of the Human Services Agency. Member Highland told Ms. Sue that he would do what he could to have her be first on the agenda. I just want to put that out there.
Okay, this item, the reasonable accommodation has priority.
Okay.
So the request was for it to be at a reasonable time at the top of the agenda, suggesting that we put it on as item number 5, and then all other items move down one.
Okay.
Any other changes or adjustments to the agenda?
Chair
Hearing none.
Wolf, this is Member LaHood.
Yes.
Could you ask, Chair Wolf, could you ask people who don't need to be speaking to put themselves on mute? I'm hearing so much background noise. Thank you.
Yeah, could everybody on the phone please put themselves on mute by pressing *6. Still seeing a bunch of folks not muted. *6, please. Thank you. Okay. Hearing no other changes, adjustments, I'll move to rearrange the agenda, moving item number 9 to now become item number 5, and all the other items will move down one digit accordingly. Is there a second?
This is Member Neighbors. I'll second.
Okay, so moved by myself, the chair, second by Member Neighbors. Any other discussion? Any public comment? Hearing no public comment, are we ready for a vote?
I'd like to make public comment.
Okay.
I'd like to make public comment. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Please.
Please wait for Ms. Leger with the clock.
Okay.
Sir, are you ready to begin?
I'm sorry?
Are you ready to begin?
I am.
Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Winship Hillier. I'm the one who made the reasonable accommodation request. The request was actually only for public comment on item number 9 to be moved up to the top of the agenda, not the entire item. Back to you, Madam Clerk.
Yeah, Mr. Hillier, we cannot do that. That's just not feasibly possible in the way parliamentary procedure works. We can't separate public comment from an item that has not been called to the floor. So we either move the whole items and all of it goes with it, or it stays where it is. Okay, any other public comment? Hearing none, please call the roll.
Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Chair Wolf, aye. Member Neighbors?
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Wong?
Aye.
Member Wong, aye. Member Padmanabhan?
Aye.
Member Padmanabhan, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Schmidt? Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Oh, you're here.
Aye. Yes, I just arrived by phone.
Okay. So you can't vote on the motion. Did you hear what the exchange was?
Okay, I won't vote. I did not hear the whole exchange.
Okay.
That's fine.
Vice Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Vice Chair Yankee, aye. Moved by Chair Wolf, seconded by Member Neighbors, to arrange that item 9 becomes now item 5, and other cases will move down accordingly.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's move to item number 2.
Item number 2, approval of the minutes from the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force December 1, 2021 meeting with recommended changes. I have a copy of the minutes from last month. Does anybody want to?
Any changes or adjustments?
Member Neighbors, you had said in email that you had changes. Do you want to email me those, or do you want to speak about them, or?
I can say them into the record and email them if you want, but I think somebody else had their hand up before me. Did
Yeah,
some? Yeah.
we have a member LaHood.
Yes, on the bottom of toward the bottom of page 8, I think this was just a typo. Hang on one
Under
second, sorry.
composition of SOTF respondent packet?
Excuse me, it's P8. One second.
That doesn't help. Yeah, look in the lower right-hand corner.
Oh, you want that number. It's okay, so page 3, toward the bottom, so written page 3, P8, it says Patrick Manmet Shaw. The third line in his statement, it says depraved, and I think it means deprived.
Right.
I think it should be deprived. I think it was just a typo, but yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, member Neighbors.
Thank you. Under item 9, Chair's Report, in the public comment by Patrick Manette Shaw, there's a reference to Helen, and I believe that's referring to DCA Castillo. So I think we should change that to DCA Castillo, to be exact.
Mr. Manette Shaw, where he says the city attorney's opinion is advice.
He says, let me see here. He makes a reference to Helen.
Right.
Is it just Helen? Right.
Oh, Castillo, you want to put his last name?
Yes.
Okay.
And then with the discussion with Ms. Cavillo, I believe in the first part, it's been the respondent packet form has been conflated again with Member Stein's proposal. I believe that conversation was focused on Member Stein's proposal and not on the respondent's packet form. That was what Ms. Cavillo was addressing with those comments. But we can double check with Member Stein about that. And then below that, it ends with saying that Chair Wolf requested a hold be put on Member Neighbor's proposal, but we need to add that he then retracted that request and left the proposal in place.
Are you looking at under composition of task force respondent packets? Page 8? My page 8.
Let's see. Your page 8. I am looking at, no, I am looking at the chair's report.
Yeah, item 9, chair's report. My page 8, chair's report begins like a quarter of the way down the page.
Okay. So on your page 8 and the where you say open the discussion, Ms. Cavillo also requested this matter to be continued so that member neighbors and Member Stein can get together to address implementing a respondent packet form. That item had already been decided. This discussion was about Member Stein's proposal that has a number of bullet points to it. So that was not about the respondent packet form. And then the next paragraph on the next page, you see Chair Wolf requested a hold be put on Member Neighbor's proposal because the clerk of the board requested a review of the matter and to not implement changes without their approval. He retracted that request and we did not go forward with that.
Yeah, let the record reflect that.
Okay. Did you have other comments?
That's it for me.
Okay, I'll work on those tomorrow morning. Okay.
Chair Wolf, you're muted.
Sorry about that. Thank you very much. Members, any other changes or adjustments to the minutes? Okay, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up public comment. So if we have more corrections or changes that need to be made, we can get them all included in the motion. So let's open it up for public comment.
This is Patrick. I'd like to comment.
Okay. Please wait for Ms. Leger.
David Pilpel, I raised my hand.
Do we have other public commenters? Okay, Mr. Manette-Shaw, you ready to begin?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead, sir.
As far as the December 1st minutes, they included adoption of the minutes of October 6th. I emailed Ms. Leger on January 2nd requesting the status of my OD, complaint number 21054, that the full task force heard on October 6th. That was fully 89 days ago. I included a table in that email showing it has been 546 days since I first submitted a records request to SFDPH for the SFGH out-of-county discharge data, which DPH has not yet produced. That 546 days was fully 17 months and 28 days ago, not the 10-day response period provided under the Sunshine Ordinance. Of those 546 days, the records request was stuck at DPH for 302 days. On May 5th, 2021, I had first submitted my Sunshine complaint to the task force between SOTF's jurisdictional hearing at your complaint committee meeting on July 20, 2021. Then the task force's full hearing on October 6th, and now the 89 days waiting for my OD. My complaint has been essentially, quote unquote, stuck at SOTF for fully 244 days, or 8 full months. I'm under the impression a draft of my OD has been prepared, but I haven't received it. Until the OD is issued to both DPH and I, the 5-day clock requiring DPH to produce the requested records after it receives the OD will not start ticking. As it is, I can't place a new records request to produce similar out-of-county discharge data for a different time period without the previous records request placed on July 6, 2020, having been fully adjudicated. I have been unable to do my planned follow-up to the Health Commission, DPH, and the Board of Supervisors until I receive the OD on complaint 21054. This 546-day incomplete records request may be setting a new Guinness World Record of putting San Francisco's Sunshine Ordinance to shame. Judge
your time is up.
Louis Brandeis said, sunlight is the best disinfectant. I want my OD for a disinfectant. Thank you.
Mr. Pilpel, are you ready?
I am.
Go ahead, sir.
Great, David Pilpel. So on the minutes, starting on page 4 of the packet, I guess you want page 3 in the bottom right corner, P8 in the middle. On that page, towards the top, third paragraph, public comment, David Pilpel, it says agrees. I would prefer agreed, because I think that would be the better tense. On the next page, item 4, public comment, second paragraph, David Pilpel referred to the second sentence. Mr. Pilpel requested that this item be included in the chair's report at a future meeting, something to that effect.
Got it.
Requested, not stated. Next page, item 5. The simple line, Vice Chair Yankee amended their motion. I would rewrite that as Vice Chair Yankee amended and restated the motion, perhaps as follows. I don't know. On page 10, which is page 9 in the bottom right corner, public comment in the middle, David Pilpel provided comments to that. Mr. Pilpel noted that that the legislation perhaps is before the Rules Committee the following Monday, and just so that it's clear, I would add the date in parentheses, which I believe was 12/6/2021. On the bottom of that page, the last line, Chair B. Wolf rescinded their motion. I think that's the wrong word. I think it's Chair B. Wolf withdrew the motion, period, no action taken. on page 12 or page 11, the right corner, item 11, administrator's report. I just think it would be clear for the future, instead of just the SOTF administrator, I would say SOTF administrator Leger or Cheryl Leger presented the report. So that's clear. Those are my suggested edits, and I'm happy to confirm and reconvey them to Ms. Leger offline. Thanks for listening.
Yeah, I've included all of that in the draft.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for your comments. Okay, for item 2, we need a motion. To approve the minutes. Who wants to move?
Chair Wolf, you're on mute.
I'm sorry. Member Stein, you raised your hand. Are you moving?
Yeah, I saw that somebody else seems to have their hand raised too, but I can't tell who. Sure, I make a motion to approve the minutes as amended.
Okay, is there a second?
This is Member Padmanabhan. I'll second it.
Okay, moved by Member Stein, second by Member Padmanabhan. Shall we move to a vote? We've taken public comment already. Hearing no objections, please call the roll.
Member Stein.
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Padmanabhan.
Aye.
Member Padmanabhan, aye. Member Neighbors.
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Wong.
Aye.
Member Wong, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Vice Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Vice Chair Yankee, aye. Chair Wolf.
Aye.
Chair Wolf, aye. Moved by Member Stein, seconded by Member Padmanabhan to approve the minutes of December 1, 2021 as amended.
Okay, great. Please call the next item.
Item number 3, Supervisor of Records report. I had contacted Ms. Jen Quart, who agreed to participate in today's meeting and should be giving the comments.
Ms. Quart, are you
Hi.
here today? Great.
Hello.
Welcome.
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Welcome. Okay, I will hand the mic over to you.
Okay. Good afternoon, task force members. My name is Jen Court. I'm the relatively new communications director for the City Attorney's Office, and I'm here to present the 21st Annual Supervisor of Records report, which covers the calendar year for 2020. As a part of this report, the Supervisor of Records normally reports back on whether there have been any court actions regarding determinations by the Supervisor of Records. So to start off, there were no court such cases during this period. Just thought I'd note that at the top. And then getting into kind of the body of the report, there were 68 petitions filed with the Supervisor of Records in 2020. 54 of those were filed by the same petitioner. Just in comparison to previous years, in calendar year 2019, 32 petitions were filed with the Supervisor of Records in total. 8 were filed in 2018 and 14 were filed in 2017. Getting back to the calendar year for 2020, of those petitions, 6 of the petitions that were filed with the supervisor of records were withdrawn, and an additional petition was partially withdrawn. 19 of the petitions, there was no determination needed because the department either produced additional records or did not withhold any responsive records. 11 of the petitions that were filed by a single petitioner remain outstanding at the time that the report was written. In the report, you will find our correspondence to the anonymous petitioner invoking the rule of reason. The volume of petitions filed by this single source created an unreasonable burden and undermined our office's ability to perform our other duties under the charter and other municipal codes and state law, and thus felt the need that we had to invoke the rule of reason. And then for the remaining 32 petitions that are covered in the report, the supervisor of records determined either that the records were properly redacted or exempt from disclosure, or a determination had been made in another petition on the same issue by the same petitioner, or the issue was beyond the jurisdiction of the supervisor of records. That is the summary of the report, and with that, I'm happy to take any questions that you all might have.
Okay, great. Thanks, Ms. Court. I appreciate that. Members, do you have any questions for the supervisor of records report? Okay, hearing none. Going to yes, somebody.
I had my hand raised. Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see it. Go ahead.
Yes, I had a question. You talked about limiting the number of requests, or forgive me whether you said this or this was in the text of our documents. Have you ever previously limited the number of requests that we would consider from a single petitioner, or is this the first time that your office has done that?
So I would have to double check the correct answer to that, but my understanding is no. Just for context, let me just pull this up here. Just for context, in a 10-year period, basically between October 2008 and December 2018, the supervisor of records received a total in that 10-year period from all sources 161 petitions, basically an average of 16 or so petitions per year. In this in a two-year period, the supervisor of records received more petitions from this one single petitioner than we had in this entire 10-year period from 2008 to 2018. So while I don't believe that we have invoked the rule of reason in this way prior, we haven't just received this volume that has kind of strained and put such a strain on our resources in the office before.
So it wasn't, this is Chair Wolf, so it wasn't so much that you were necessarily putting a limit, but that you were just invoking the rule of reason not to respond to those petitions. Is that, am I interpreting that correctly?
For the most part, yes, it's due to the volume of the petitions. However, I believe in your so I'm not sure what page it might be on your packet, but in the report, I believe it's on page 965. You'll see our communication to that petitioner. And in that communication, we describe how we would handle communications, handle petitions for the rest of 2021. We sent the communication to the petitioner in March of 2021. We described how we would handle petitions for the rest of calendar year 2021 and then calendar years moving forward. And I believe the communication said that we would find determinations in 6 petitions for the rest of calendar year 2021. And then for each calendar year, we would answer an additional 6.
I'm sorry, what page was that on again?
So I believe, I'm not sure what page it is in your packet, but in the report, I believe the communication is on page 965.
I did not provide the entire report. I didn't think it was necessary, but it is over 1,000 pages.
Oh yeah, the report should have been
The entire thing?
The entire thing, at least by a link, if it was too large to put into the.
There's also a reference to that on P42.
On P42.
And I do want to note, it might not be available in your packet, but the full report, all 1,000 pages, is available on the city attorney's website.
Okay.
Member Highland here. Question for the supervisor records. Did the petitioner respond to your March 20th letter?
You know what? That I don't know. I'm sorry. I would assume that he did, but I don't have the answer to that. I can follow up with you.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Member Neighbors and Member Schmidt.
I believe Member Schmidt was before me. He had his hand up before me.
Go ahead, Member Schmidt.
Thank you. You use a term we decided to invoke the rule of reason. Could you give a little more specification on who made that decision and not necessarily how it was made, but what is it you mean by we?
Yeah, I think that's just my common everyday nomenclature, but the supervisor of records at the time is, who at the time this occurred was former city attorney Dennis Herrera. The ultimate decision remained with him. He is the supervisor of records, but I think when I talk about we, it's kind of the voluminous nature is felt collectively amongst all of the different attorneys who handle these petitions within the office. So collectively, it was the burden is felt by many people, but ultimately that decision lies with the supervisor of record.
Thank you.
No problem.
And Member Neighbors.
Thank you. So understandably, that's been a lot of requests for you. On our end, it can seem actually somewhat encouraging and beneficial to see so much interest in Sunshine and so much interest in this ordinance being leveraged to bring more transparency. I'm wondering if you are making plans then for the future where you're continuing to get large amount of requests, not only from this petitioner, but perhaps from other petitioners when they begin to see how useful it is to make records requests and to bring the transparency to public records and to meetings, how you're going to plan for that now. There's been some talk of that.
You know, from what I understand, we do not and have not received the same volume from any other single petitioner. So we have not made any sort of, I think, future plans regarding any other high volume petitioner, I suppose, but I think that would just be considered kind of on a case by case basis. And of course, that would be, you know, if future actions, similar future actions were taken, I think that would, of course, be noted in the report as it is this time around. But as of right now, I don't know of any plans to do so, essentially.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Right, any other questions from members? Okay, I'm going to entertain a motion to receive the report. You should make that official, and then we'll take public comment after the a motion and a second. Somebody like to move to receive the report?
This is Member Wong. I would like to make a motion to receive the report.
Okay. Is there a second?
This is Vice Chair Yankee. I will second that.
Okay, moved by Member Wong, second by Member Yankee. Now, public comment. Please wait for Ms. Leger.
Do we have any public commenters?
Anonymous number 3.
Do we have other public commenters? Okay, I guess we don't have other public commenters at this time. Anonymous number 3, are you ready?
I am.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. This is anonymous number 3. I think I point this out each time, which is how many determinations, written determinations, are ever made in favor of the public. I don't think they ever give you a quantitative number. But what is ironic in this case is out of however many, I only heard portions of you guys discussing my petitions, but out of however many there were, a lot of them were for future calendars. As far as I know, it's the only time the Supervisor of Records has ever changed their mind and then given a written determination that information is in fact public. Because as this task force knows, I first went to the Supervisor of Records. There were also SOTF complaints. SOTF ruled in favor of my position that future calendars are disclosable at least twice. And then they responded to dozens of petitions, I think maybe 14 petitions of different types of future calendars for different department heads, and changed their mind and overturned their own rulings and said that they were disclosable. I think one question you should ask is, why is it that it is so hard to get the city attorney to ever rule in favor of the public? You'll notice there are 0 orders for disclosure. And that is true for, I believe, 6 years now. Never has the city attorney given an order in favor of the public. That's all. Thank you very much.
Do we have other public commenters?
Okay, hearing none. Are we ready for a vote? Okay, please call the roll.
Member Wong?
Aye.
Wong, aye. Vice Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Vice Chair Yankee, aye. Member Neighbors?
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Padmanabhan?
Aye.
Member Padmanabhan, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Chair Wolf, aye. Moved by Member Wong, seconded by Member Yankee to receive the Supervisor of Records report.
Okay, great. Please call the next item.
Item number 4, public comment. Members of the public.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
It's David Bilpel. I had to hang up and call back. I raised my hand, and the system wouldn't allow me to unmute. I had a comment on item 3.
Okay. You can make your comment, and we'll include it in that item. Go ahead.
Fine. I don't believe it will change the outcome of your motion to accept the report. So welcome to Ms. Quart, who I have not yet met. Thanks as well to Brad Russey for his, I'm sure, considerable work on the Supervisor of Records report and responding to the petitions. The report appears to me to comply with the applicable code requirements and prior requests of this task force. I would suggest that future reports be available earlier in the calendar year, since the reporting period was changed some time back to be a calendar year period rather than October 1st to whatever, and this report apparently was published in October, covering calendar year 2020, but was only brought to the task force now in January. The issue that was discussed at some length of timeliness of response to petitions to the supervisor of records has come up before. When I served on this task force, it came up, and we had a somewhat lengthy discussion with the then supervisor of records for how to address concerns about timeliness of response. I believe at that time the city attorney's office did not invoke the rule of reason, and if they have a valid basis for so invoking, then so be it. But this issue of timeliness of response has come up before. It's not a new issue. As was indicated, the full report is available on the city attorney website. I just downloaded it. It's under sfcityattorney.org, under Good Government, under Sunshine Appeals. And finally, there also have been instances where the supervisor of records has reviewed and come to a certain conclusion about availability of documents or redaction, and upon reflection has reconsidered and issued a new determination. That too has come up at some point in the past, so that is also not a brand new idea. I hope those thoughts are helpful. Thanks for listening.
Okay, thank you. Please call the next item.
Item number 4, public comment. Members of the public may address the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force on matters that are within the task force jurisdiction, but not on today's agenda.
I'm Patrick. I'd like to comment.
Go
on. David Pilpel, is this item the 5 o'clock item that's being heard before 5?
Yes.
Okay. David Pilpel, thanks.
Mr. Pilpel, do you wish to make a public comment during general public comment?
Yes, please. Thank you.
So we have Patrick Manette Shaw, Mark Sullivan, and David Pilpel. Do we have other public commenters? Okay, we'll begin with Mr. Manette Shaw.
Yes.
Are you ready, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
2 quick items. One, given the 244 days my complaint has been stuck at SOTF, and given that the draft order of determination has apparently been submitted, I'd really appreciate an estimated date on which I'll receive the OD for complaint 21054. Second, as a reasonable accommodation, please allow me to publicly comment really briefly on Chair Wolf's reported agenda item 8, his letter to Supervisor Matt Haney, Chair of the Budget Committee of the Board of Soups. I fully support Chair Wolf's budget request for 2022. I would like to submit written testimony to Chair Haney and the Budget Committee members now to state my support for SOTF's budget request and to testify that SOTF needs a budget supplemental appropriation now, mid-year in the current fiscal year. Would it be wrong of me to submit supporting testimony to the Budget Committee now ahead of formal Budget Committee hearings for fiscal year 2022 to 2023 and to advocate for an immediate budget supplemental for the current fiscal year? I'd appreciate getting a reply today to both questions, even though I know you're not required to respond to questions. Thank you.
Before we take the next next speaker, I'll just respond. One, we are reviewing and creating a new template for orders determination, and that is still being reviewed, and that is why some of them are delayed. But that should be remedied, and they should all go out sometime this week. And for the second item, since this item is only meant for items not on today's agenda, we'll answer any and all questions around the budget request when we get to item number 11. Next speaker.
Can you hear me? My name is Winship Hillier.
Okay, Mr.
Yeah.
Hillier, we'll put you on the list. Mr.
Okay,
Sullivan,
thank you.
you ready to speak?
Yes.
Go ahead, sir.
Nowhere in the Sunshine Ordinance or CPRA does it require the public to write or say public record request when requesting records. The request just has to be reasonably described an identifiable record or records that can be a category of records. However, the requirement of clarity must be tempered by the reality that a requester having no access to agency files may be unable to precisely identify the document sought. This writing may be described by their content. The Sunshine Ordinance and CPRA encourages agencies to publish records in an online database that is searchable. A search of a record database is a request for records. Having an online record database does not relieve an agency of its obligations under the Sunshine Laws to have the requested records produced. If they maintain the information 67.21c, they are responsible. As stated in the CPRA, the responsible agency needs to make record database searchable by a commonly used internet search application. Any search must reliably produce records requested, or the agency is withholding. When an agency receives a direct request for identifiable records, it must search for those records both on and off the database. An agency should not be allowed to just point to a database as fulfilling a record request. They are required to assist. Policy is not above the law. Policy must conform to the law. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Pilpel, are you ready?
I am.
Go ahead, sir.
Great. So this item number 4 is listed on the agenda as normally, with the public comment shall be taken at 5 p.m. or as soon thereafter as possible. It's now 4:56 by my clock and before 5. I just want to point out that that's there, black and white. If any other board or commission or policy body in the city created the public expectation that an item would not be heard before a certain time, if they took the item up before that time, you would probably hear a complaint about it and would probably find a violation. So if you're going to model good behavior, then I think you should be consistent and follow what you state on the agenda. I looked to see if that 5 p.m. rule was in the current task force bylaws, and I found that the bylaws that are on the task force's website were last approved on August 7th, 2019. And I believe the bylaws have been amended at least once and perhaps several times, and would ask that you see that the current bylaws of the task force are posted on the task force's website. As to the budget, if you're seeking comments on that to be handled under item 10, if I'm still awake and alive at that point, I will comment on item 10 as relates to the task force budget. Finally, I just wanted to express great and significant disappointment in the chair at the last meeting. As was correctly stated in the minutes, I requested that the 6-page memo that I drafted months ago in response to AB 361 be available and up for discussion and possible approval before this task force at the December meeting, having previously submitted it, I believe, at the end of September or October. But in any event, it's been kicking around, sitting around, gathering dust, and I believe members of the task force saw it months ago. I believe members of the public have never seen it, and I was hoping that the task force would have it for discussion and, thank you, a discussion and possible action tonight, as I was assured. But in fact, it's not anywhere on the agenda, in the packet material, or otherwise available, and so I do not think it can be discussed or acted upon tonight yet again. So again, I am terribly disappointed in Chair Wolf for apparently failing to follow through on a commitment that was made publicly at the last meeting, and there you go. Thanks for listening.
Do we have other public commenters?
Anonymous number 3.
Sir, are you ready?
I am.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. This is anonymous number 3. Good evening, as always. I'm going to talk about my favorite topic, calendars. As this task force knows, it ruled in June that the mayor's calendars are not compliant with the law. This law has existed for 23 years, I think. The number of other officials in addition to the mayor who are completely non-compliant is essentially almost all department heads and elected officials. And as now I think there were 2 stories running the Examiner on this, it still continues. It doesn't matter what this task force does. It doesn't matter how many violations. It doesn't matter how many orders of determination. The department heads, the senior officials of the city just don't care what the Sunshine Ordinance says. And so instead of continuing here where you guys can't punish anyone, I've just started filing ethics commission complaints against each and every department head who continues to refuse to comply with the Sunshine Ordinance. And maybe the Ethics Commission will completely ignore them, but if they do, then that's an indictment of the Ethics Commission itself. So, department heads can continue to just ignore implementation of the Sunshine Ordinance, and maybe they think that nothing will ever come of it, and I guess we'll find out soon. That's all. Thank you.
Do we have other public commenters?
Winship Hillier. Winship Hillier. Hello?
I heard you, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Just a moment. Are you ready to begin?
Yes, I am.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I don't need a warning because I'm timing myself. Ladies and gentlemen of the task force, I'm speaking in support of my December 7th letter attached to the administrator's report on your agenda on item number 11. Democracy is in decline around the world, as some of you may know. And it is in decline, especially in the United States. Not only has there been a decline worldwide, but the United States has fallen in the ranking of countries from most democratic to least democratic. We're no longer near the top. And this has been attributed to various things, such as the Capitol riots a year ago. But I think the roots go far deeper and far farther back in time. They actually go back to the passage of the original Sunshine Ordinance, which created this task force in 1993, passed by the Board of Supervisors. And that ordinance is of particular significance because it copied significantly from Senate Bill 1140 that was in the state legislature at the time. Senate Bill 1140 modified the Brown Act in order to bring in to the Brown Act advisory committees of legislative bodies. Previously to SB 1140, only committees with the power to act on behalf of the legislative body were covered by the Brown Act fully. And only certain kind of advisory committees, ones that either had a non-member of the legislative body in them or were a quorum or more of the legislative body. SB 1140 changed that. It changed it in the way that the Sunshine Ordinance now has it. This was the state that 1140 was in when the Sunshine Ordinance was passed. However, it received a further floor amendment to give the Brown Act what is currently in Section 54.952, subdivision B. And that is significant because what the legislature did was they took out committees that were not created by the legislative body from the Brown Act. If you look at 54.952, it says only committees created by the legislative body are covered. Oh my gosh, I'm way running out of time. I don't have enough time to finish up. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Is there any other public comment? Last call, public comment. Okay, public comment is closed. Just a couple of comments. I partially want to apologize to Mr. Pilpel. I had planned on having this be discussed at our upcoming retreat, which was originally planned for January 11th, but is now being scheduled for the closer to the end of the month, so that there would be a little more time and a little more freer kind of time for discussion than in our regular formal meeting. We're finding that these formal meetings are running way too long, and anything that we can anticipate might be adding to the length of the meeting that is more procedural, that could possibly lead to action, be discussed more in a less formal setting, and or at a committee level where there's more time and flexibility for that. So it will be on our retreat agenda as we review that particular law and with your cogent suggestions. And that's it. Okay. As far as the 5 o'clock item, yeah, I just suppose we were going to run past 5 o'clock, and anybody that would have showed up at 5 o'clock, we'd still be in the item as we currently are. I did call several times now for any additional public comment, and there isn't any, so there you have it. Let's call the next item.
Item number 5, consideration to waive the attorney-client privilege applicable to the city attorney's advice on the following. Item number A, file number 20011, Dr. Ahimsa Portasamchai against the mayor's office. Item number B, 20100, Winship Hillier against the Mental Health Board, Behavioral Health Commission.
Okay, so this item is on the agenda to, as we received attorney-client privilege, received privileged advice from our legal counsel. If we wish to make either one or both of these items public, then the task force would have to, by vote, waive our privilege to allow it to be so. So in a vote in the affirmative would allow it to be public. A vote in the negative would be that it would be retained confidential, and that you would only be able to refer to it as information and advice for yourself in making your own comments, your own interpretations, and what have you decisions moving forward. And that's it. Any discussion on the matter? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
I have a question. I wonder, was there a request by these parties to place these questions on our agenda, or is there a practice whereby certain things show up to be considered in terms of waiving and other things don't, or is it universal that every time we get advice, we consider waiving?
It's been the general practice that advice that has been brought to the task force has been generally made public. Now, we've not received quite the detail of advice in previous years that we have more recently. Most of the advice has been in the legal memos that we no longer receive with regards to the subject matter or details of any particular complaint. Since we don't receive those anymore, we're forced to have to request advice from legal counsel under the veil of attorney-client privilege. So if we wish to have that information that we received to be part of the record, then we have to vote to approve or vote to not approve and leave it remained as confidential. Did I articulate that? Okay.
So it sounds like you're saying that now every time the city attorney's office sends us advice and marks it as confidential, attorney-client privileged, that's going to somehow appear to be considered for waiver according to the, I guess you want to follow prior practice and do that. Is that what your plan is? I don't know why they showed up on the agenda. That's why I'm trying to figure out what's going on here.
These particular items are showing up on the agenda because the task force had requested a task, a question to be answered, and the answer was provided by our legal counsel under the veil of attorney-client privilege as being confidential. Now, I have a difference of opinion on that, but be it as it may, I was instructed by legal counsel that it just cannot be made public, despite the task force having asked for them to provide the information. They're calling it advice. We were, as far as I'm concerned, the task force asked them a question to be answered with regards to clarification, but I'm being told that I can't just make it part of the record because they consider it to be confidential. So it's on the agenda accordingly in this fashion.
All right.
Member Stein.
Yeah, I do want to say that in the complaints committee, the memo did come up in relationship to the file number 20011 that Dr. Sumchai is part of. And, this was really asking for attorneys' sort of analysis or interpretation of the existing status of an agency, about who we have to make a decision, whether they fall under our jurisdiction. And the memo is not suggesting a legal strategy or a course of action, in a legal case, which is normally how I understand, the purpose of attorney-client privilege. It doesn't discuss any private communications that the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force has made to our lawyer regarding our own behavior or anything like that. And I don't think that particular memo affects anything we would share with the city attorney. I don't know why we would keep that communication confidential, because I think it could be instrumental to a decision we might make. And I feel like the complainants have a right to know, what analysis we might be looking at or what analysis we might be making. So I would be in favor of making these memos public. I believe they both have to do with the status of an agency and whether it would fall under our jurisdiction. And it's also already known from public meetings that we requested this advice. So I don't think it reveals anything about us or anything that's germane to attorney-client privilege for us.
Members, any other discussion?
Are we discussing the merits at this time of whether to waive? I wasn't sure if you had asked for preliminaries, but if we're going to discuss merits, I just want to make sure that I'm not jumping the gun.
Yeah, we can't discuss merits because we have to determine whether we can discuss the merits publicly or not.
I mean, the merits of the waiver, the merits of the whether to waive.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. We just can't reveal the information that's in it. I'm just following the protocol of what's been described to me. It's not necessarily a decision that I'm making. I'm just following the protocol here. So the question is whether we should approve one or the other or both of these items. And so whatever merits you want to discuss, that's fine on that purpose.
I'll have something else to say then, but I'll take my place in line. I see there's other hands up.
Yeah. Is there anybody else? Oh, Member Highland, go ahead.
Actually, I'll put my hand down.
Okay.
Yeah, I do hear what Member Stein has said about this. It does not seem like we're talking about something where there are liability, how to handle a potential liability situation, something that's sensitive. I can understand that makes waiver something a little less of a tricky situation. I will repeat something I've said before when we've discussed waiver, which is I probably will vote against. I know that I may be a dissenter on that, and that's because I generally think that the way I see the waiver issue, we in waiving, we're acting on behalf of the city, and we have received the advice where council has provided the advice with the intention that it be protected by the privilege. Now, my concern with having a practice of always waiving when our attorneys send us confidential advice is that I believe that it could affect the quality of their advice and the honesty of their advice because they know when they send us something that we're just going to publish it anyway. And so maybe in a situation that's more sensitive, we may not be getting the full picture, partly because the city attorney represents the city. And if the city attorney provides advice whereby they think they don't want to disclose something because the city might have a vulnerability, then we wouldn't be told. That's my concern about sort of the whole picture here of waiver. So I think that's generally my presentation here. I understand that we're about sunshine. Our task is different than anyone else. I think everyone knows I'm fully on board with that. But this is a tricky issue for me.
Okay, Member Highland.
I appreciate Member Schmidt's comments, but the city attorney is beholden to us with the ethical firewalls. They still have to do their job and advise us as accurately as they can. So one would hope that they're not, wearing the other hat while they're answering our requests. And the fact that this, waivers will be case by case, we can decide whether we want to waive or not in each case. I think that protects us and the city attorney, SOTF relationship, etc. I don't see that as, I think, it's almost like saying anything that we get advice on, we can then no longer discuss if we go down that road. And that's not doing the public any good there either. So I think, as Member Schmidt acknowledged, our mandate, the answer to the public first and foremost. So I think it is an interest of the public to waive and to discuss this and move forward. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, I'll just chime in. I agree with Member Stein and Member Highland on this one. I've forever that I've been connected with the Sunshine Task Force, the task force has always held that the attorney that was provided by the city attorney serves the task force as their legal advisor. And as the ordinance specifies, they are to advocate for the task force. And so, and in all those years, the subject matter that we had asked a question for, that in receiving this, what I would call a memo and not necessarily advice, would have come in the form of that memo that we would have normally been receiving. Now, it was the choice of the city attorney's office to stop providing those memos. And we are forced now, in order to get any of information related to any of the complaints before us, to be done in this fashion. I think it's very cumbersome. It takes us extra time. We have to continue complaints because of it. It doesn't help prepare anyone for coming into a complaint, into a hearing. It takes all of us extra time to have to prepare and possibly not have answers and not enough time because we only get the information 3 days ahead of a meeting to be able to get a timely answer. And frankly, when we do ask questions like this, when agendas are put forward in the same time frame, they get it the same time frame as we do. And some of those items have been heard previously in committee meetings, that they're not prepared to answer the question on the spot in a task force meeting, which we've enjoyed for many years. So while that sounds like, it is an admonishment, I am not happy about that decision that they made. I would think that not just items like any items that fall into this type of classification, I think, we should make somewhat of a blanket policy to accept them into the record, because it helps all of us also get our job done. Otherwise, we have to receive it in confidence, in secret, and then we can only make reference to the information that's in it in our own words. We can't even use, kind of the information, wholly from the document itself. It's only to help us make our own decisions in our own mind, in our own writing. So I just find that to be very, very cumbersome.
Well, I will specify. Oh, I'm sorry, Chris. I apologize.
No, go ahead, Member Schmidt. Go ahead.
Well, I think that when we do receive advice, I think it's not that we can't use the advice. Anything that we're told by counsel, we can use it to make a decision. And so if we want, if they supply us a quote, a citation, an argument, a parable, we could take that and base a decision on that. We just, we don't have to say whether it was in their advice or not. So it's not like, oh, we hear it from them, then we have to act like it doesn't exist. So that I just want to clarify that I feel like I see what they say, and then I can make any kind of decision that we need to make based on having been advised. That's all.
Member Highland?
Chair Wolf, Member Highland here. I just wanted to bring this full circle to about, I want to say 3, 4, 5 years ago, when I think you and I had a discussion as chair and vice chair with the then city attorney, Mark, I think it was, where he introduced this idea of attorney-client privilege, if I remember. They said, okay, we'll provide you this, that, the other under attorney-client privilege. And we accepted that at that time. Could we not just unwrap that and just go back to, it's not an attorney-client privilege communication, it's just a memo like before. It's just advice under the charter. And maybe that's too simplistic, but anyhow. And then the other side of the coin is, as Member Schmidt said, maybe the quality of what we get would be affected by this. I don't know. Just food for thought. Thank you.
Okay. DCA Price Wolf, do you want to chime in on this at all? Yes, no? Are you there?
This is Vice Chair. Yeah, I'll note that in the chat, he mentioned that he needed to leave temporarily to attend to a personal matter.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, that's unfortunate. All right. Okay. So, Member Highland, I remember that exchange. I'm not making any suggestions. I think it's, we have a lot of new folks here, and we're in a new day. And I think, that's why we're here discussing this at this time. But we do need, while the larger discussion I think is important, that is also on the list to be discussed at the retreat, on how to deal with the situation. But for right now, what's on the table are items 9A and B. And we can take them independently, or we can take them together. So if there's no other discussion, I'll entertain a motion. And it could be a motion to have them remain in protection of attorney-client privilege, or to waive it. You can state the motion either way. Either way.
This is Member
Member
Stein.
Stein. Go ahead. Sorry.
I will make a motion to waive the attorney-client privilege for both of these cases.
Member Highland, I will second.
Moved by Member Stein, second by Member Highland. Discussion on the waive attorney-client privilege. Okay, hearing none, let's open up for public comment. Those who want to speak on this item and this item on the merits of this item only, please wait for Ms. Leger and the clock. Thank you.
Do we have public commenters?
Anonymous number 3.
Wait a minute. One at a time. Who did I hear?
Winship Hillier.
Anonymous number 3.
David Pilpel.
Mr. Hillier, are you ready to speak?
Hold on a second. Let me pick up my stopwatch, and yes, I'm ready.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. To address the Commissioner's question about how this came up, in my case, it came up because we were scheduled for a committee hearing on complaint number 20100, and in the process of trying to clear up what exactly was supposed to happen at this committee hearing, I learned that there was the confidential communication to Ms. Leger from DCA Castillo, and Committee Chair Highland got involved in the conversation and informed me that at that time that it would be disclosed at the SOTF hearing on the remainder of that complaint, and I asked if it could be disclosed in advance, because I don't like to shoot from the hip. And so I'd like to say generally that, and please don't cough while I'm talking. Whoever is coughing coughed during my last talk, and I really find it very offensive for some very specific reasons. So please stop doing that. Take a drink of water or something, or just put yourself on mute. This is a kind of deliberative privilege, and the deliberative privilege is important because it allows the decision maker to consider all the options, even the ones that are politically kind of shady, that might have political drawbacks to even the public even knowing that you're considering them. And if you waive this privilege too much, it will impact the advice you get, and it could degrade over time the quality of your decision making. However, like I said, I was told we were going to learn the SOTF was basically going to adopt the city attorney's position, and so basically we would learn of the content of the advice when the hearing came up. And well, that's not really a hearing, first of all. Due process requires notice and the opportunity to be heard. We need notice in advance to do research, to think, to plan our rebuttals, and it's also supported, in proceedings before the Superior Court. CCP Section 1005 Subdivision B requires opposition papers to be submitted 9 court days before the hearing. That's 2 weeks, and most judges will not tolerate oral argument without on topics that are not from the non-movement, on topics that are not in the opposition. So back to you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Mr. Pilpel, are you ready to begin?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes. Go
Okay.
ahead, sir.
Thanks. So several thoughts on this topic. I think the task force, through your chair or however you choose to address it, can approach the new city attorney and seek to reevaluate your relationship in terms of staffing, billing, memos, availability, confidentiality, all kinds of things. I mean, something to think about. It's not easy to comment on the merits of a waiver request without knowing a little bit more about the nature of the advice. I think Member Stein helped explain a little bit. If at a minimum you could just say whether the advice analyzed the nature of the two bodies in question and either suggested a conclusion or pointed you in a certain direction, that would better explain if that was the nature of the communication without revealing what the conclusion or direction was, just having some basic understanding of what we're talking about here. In general, I think this poses a great question. It's a great example of employing a balancing test, which the city normally cannot use in the context of public records, but you're actually doing right here, right now, is balancing the benefits and the harms. Is the public interest best served, and does the benefit outweigh the harm in disclosure? Is the public interest best served by disclosing the advice or the memo, or is the public interest best served in not disclosing the advice or memo? And this is exactly the type of thing that public officials wrestle with throughout the state in employing a 6255 balancing test, which the voters here said the city cannot do because it was abusing that option in the 1990s. And yet it is before you in roughly the same manner. So
30 seconds.
I don't know I don't know the right answer here, but I hope that helps you in deciding what to do in this matter. Thanks for listening.
Anonymous number 3, are you ready?
I am.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. This is anonymous number 3. I would strongly encourage you to vote in favor of disclosure. I wanted to look at what the potential harm that was discussed by Member Schmidt is. The potential harm is that your attorneys would then no longer give you accurate or complete advice in the future. And if they were to do that, your attorneys are doing something gravely wrong. And I don't think you should make decisions as the client based on an assumption that your attorneys will do something wrong. Your attorneys are obligated to do the best they can, no matter what you, the client, does. And this task force often, many times, makes a decision that is not aligned with what the city attorney generally tells the city. And that's because the task force interpretations of the Sunshine Ordinance, Public Records Act, and Brown Act often better implement the Constitution's requirement for broad interpretation of access versus narrow. And you should do that here as well. The public should be able to know the information you're using. Sure, you're not obligated to do that. That's clear. But given that you are the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, you should maximize the sunshine in your own analyses as well. especially if you're going to rely on some of it. So, I don't think you should assume that your attorneys will do something wrong in the future. And if they do act unethically in the future by not giving you complete advice or good advice, the best advice that they know, that's something you should take on at that point if that happens. Thank you.
Patrick, I'd like to comment, please.
Mr. Manette Shaw, you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead, sir.
I have to support Mr. Hillier's remark along the line that complainants should be given some lead time so that they can fully consider their presentation, their remarks, what they say. I also want to support what Anonymous number 3 just said. I agree with him 100%. And like Anonymous number 3, I fully acknowledge I am not a lawyer, but my impression is that this privilege is your privilege. And just like all of the attorney-client privilege bullshit that we are hearing out of Donald Trump and his sycophants, the privilege lies with you people. So I am supporting the motion as it was introduced. Thank you.
Okay, last call for public comment.
Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan, are you ready?
Yes.
Go ahead, sir.
So the city attorneys assigned to the task force want the task force to assert attorney-client privilege in these complaints. I want people to note that the task force attorneys are calling you the client. This is for my next 3 minutes. The assertion of this privilege only works if the information is kept between the client and the attorney. You cannot pick and choose which of the public or government employees outside of the task force gets access to this privileged information. Ethical law, section 67.30a. This attorney shall serve solely as legal advisor and advocate to the task force. So have they told you why they want to keep this information privileged? Repercussions for this specific information being public? And an ethical law will be maintained between the work of this attorney on behalf of the task force and any person or office that the task force determines may have a conflict of interest with regard to the matters being handled by this attorney. It is reasonable that Ms. Leisure, as the task force administrator, barring conflict of interest, knows of this privileged information. At the last complaint committee here, it sounded like the respondent from HTSPAC had access or knew the information that was in this privileged information. So the question is, does any person or government employee know what this privileged information is? The last thing I'm going to say is section 67.1e. Only a strong, open government and sunshine ordinance enforced by a strong sunshine task force can protect the public's interest in open government. And this is what your lawyers should be advocating for. Thank you for your time.
Do we have other public commenters?
Okay, public comment is closed. Members, are we ready for a vote? Okay, hearing no objections, please call the roll.
Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Neighbors?
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Wong?
Aye.
Member Wong, aye. Member Padmanabhan?
Aye.
Member Padmanabhan, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Schmidt?
Nay.
Member Schmidt, no. Vice Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Vice Chair Yankee, aye. Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Chair Wolf, aye. Moved by Member Stein, seconded by Member Highland to waive the attorney-client privilege for both cases.
Okay, great. So these two items are now available to be used openly. I'm not sure the status of each of these complaints with regards to the committees that they were in. If there is no other proceedings before committees, they will be agendized for the February meeting, so that these documents can be used. Okay, let's move ahead.
Chair Wolf?
Who's speaking?
It's David Pilpel. Just a suggestion, could you perhaps include the text of the documents to be disclosed under the chair's report for the February meeting so that everyone can see it?
Yeah. Well, we'll include them in with the file of the complaint itself.
If they're coming back. Okay, thank you very much.
Just as a point of just a point here, Chair Wolf, do you want that information placed at the front of the files? Where would these are these are thick files? So, I mean, where somebody's looking for it, where would you like to put it?
Okay, so there are when we were receiving legal memos, they were placed at the very top of the record. That was after the complaint. That was the first document that you would, members or the public would be able to see. So,
all right,
yeah.
No problem. I'll do that.
Okay.
And Member Highland, please index accordingly as well, Cheryl. Thank you.
And Member Schmidt, did you have something else to add?
Yeah, I just I am just going to note that I believe both of these matters, they've been fully heard. They went to the task force, and then there's a legal question. So I wonder what a committee can really add, as opposed to letting these petitioners just come straight into the task force to get a decision on this, as opposed to doubling it up at this point.
Yeah, I just noted that because I wasn't sure of the status of whether they were returned back to referred back to committee or not. And I'll check that. But either way, we want to get them on the task force agenda as soon as possible so they can be dispensed with.
Absolutely.
Chair Wolf, Member Highland here. I can answer for the Hillier case. It's ready to go back to the full task force.
Okay, great.
That one I know.
All right, we can discuss the logistics offline. That's fine. Okay, let's get to the meat of our agenda here. Please call the next item.
Item number 6, file number 21152, complaint filed by Jarmi Thu against Ken Peng and the Human Services Agency Investigation Division for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6721 by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and or complete manner. The preamble, the Education, Outreach, and Training Committee moved to find that the task force has jurisdiction, that the requested records are public, and referred the matter to the task force for hearing with the recommendation that the task force find violations for Administrative Code Section 6725 for failing to provide requested records in a complete and timely manner, 6726 for failing to keep withholding to a minimum, California Public Records Act 6253B for failing to provide and identify an identifiable records, and by failing to make records promptly available to any person upon payment of fees covering direct costs of duplication, 6253C, by failing to respond to the request within 10 days, and by failing to determine whether the request in whole or in part seeks copies of disclosable records in the possession of the agency and shall promptly notify the person making the request of the determination and the reasons therefor.
Okay. EOT Chair Highland, would you like to provide any additional comments?
Yes, I'd be happy to do that. So if anyone else, please, I'm hearing some echo.
Before you begin, can we have everybody on the phone to please mute? Press *6, please. I can see whether you're muting or not. Please mute. Okay, thank you. Continue.
All right, this is Member Highland. I'm chair of the EOTC committee where this was originally heard. And you can see we forwarded a fair amount of proposed violations for the task force to consider. In particular, I invite you to look at page 97. It was page 103 on the EOTC package. It's now page 97 on this package, where we see the records request as fairly precisely defined. The HSA is taking a blanket approach and saying these are personnel records and therefore not disclosable. So I think the full task force should look into their definition of what a personnel record is. I think in the subcommittee we felt that some records do exist. They should be disclosable. They can be redacted, but none of that was done. They just made a blanket statement saying they're not disclosable. In particular, look at page 97 because there's a back and forth there from the plaintiff and the respondent. Now, in the interim, HSA was asked to perhaps go back and start providing these documents in anticipation of the full task force finding some of these violations. So I'd be curious when the respondent talks whether they've done any of that, whether they've made a good faith effort to actually look into this, and also who they've sent to the meeting. Those would be of interest to me. So hopefully that brings you guys up to speed and focuses our discussions a little bit this evening. Thank you.
You're welcome. Perhaps you might want to ask any of the other committee members if they have anything to add.
Certainly. Vice Chair Yankee was there, and Member Padmanabhan. I'd like to chime in.
I think you summed it up well.
Thank you.
I agree.
Okay, great. So are both parties here? Is Party Thew and Ken Pang or a representative from HSA? You can unmute by pressing *6. It just toggles. Mr. Leger, did you get confirmation that they would be present?
I did not get confirmation, but I also was not told that they wouldn't be present. They were sent the notice of appearance and the packet.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm Me too. I'm here.
Me too. Okay. Yeah. She's the petition.
Great. Very good. Is there a representative from the Human Services Agency or Mr. Ken Pang? Okay, members. We can proceed if you like, unless there is some objection.
Hello?
Yes, who's speaking?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. My name is Ken Pang. I had a difficulty with this. So I'm here.
Okay, great. Very good. Okay, so the way our process works is each party will have 3 minutes for an opening statement. We'll ask after each party speaks if there are any witnesses to provide any further evidence. The task force at that point will go into discovery mode, and we'll be asking questions and clarifications of you for any other information that they may need. We'll close that portion with a rebuttal from each of the parties. The respondent will go first, and then a petitioner will go last. The task force will then go into deliberation to arrive at a motion, and if a motion is made, we will take public comment and have a vote. We'll start with Petitioner Yu. You will have 5 minutes for your opening statement. Please wait for Ms. Leger and the clock.
Ms. Su, are you ready to begin?
Yes.
You may begin.
Hi, good evening, a member of the Sunshine. Good evening, members of the task force. My name is Rami Tu. On October 8th, I have requested documentation from HSA, in particular from the overpayment unit. I received responses from Mr. Ken Pang, simply denied me the request and was told nothing can be disclosed to me because these belong to personnel records, it's confidential, and it's intrusion of privacy. I find it very disturbing, because the agency should be, whatever communications they have should be transparent. In my particular case, because I request this record because I have filed a discrimination claim with the Department of with the Department of Fair Employment and Housing, and I would need those records to support my claim. And I have outlined in my email, in my request, what records I would need. But however, on October 14th, the final response from HSA was they cannot provide me anything. And in the last meeting, last month in December, Chair Highland has requested that HSA to start sending me records. However, as of today, I have not received anything from HSA. I hope I can get some direction today with how to proceed next. Thank you.
Hello?
Yes. Hello? Ms. Leger, I'm done with my statement.
Yes, we heard that. Thank you for your comments. Is there anybody in support?
Hold on.
Chair,
Hold on. I'm here. I am here.
Muted, sorry.
I'm here. Are there any persons or witnesses providing any facts or evidence on behalf of the petitioner? Okay, hearing none. Mr. Pang, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Wolf. I'd like to ask my coworker. Her name is Rebecca. Unfortunately, I was on vacation, so I was not able to attend the last hearing. And I'm here as a representative and to add whatever comments I can do to contribute to this request. Rebecca has some statements that she can chime in on this matter. Rebecca?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I guess Rebecca's having issues with her phone, but just in hindsight of what I'm trying to respond to this particular request, Ms. Jami is actually asking for emails in the hiring process. And as I stated to her, the emails and the communications in which she had identified in her request for the individuals on the hiring committee, that in itself is the reason why our department cannot release. And so Ms. Jami had stated that she is asking for documents and personnel records. Specifically, what is it that she's looking for that we have not been able to provide? I'm still trying to clarify that exactly, because in communication with her, it seems like she's only asking for the emails and the communications between the hiring committee members for the individuals she has stated in her request, including the person who is doing the selections. So that is my question, as to clarify what exactly, how she wants us to respond in her request when she's asking for only emails and communications, not the documents as she has defined. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any persons or witnesses to provide any facts or evidence on behalf of the respondent? Okay, hearing none. Members, the matter is with you. Member Highland.
Mr. Pang, thank you for being here. This is probably going to help clear up a lot of matters. If you'd like to take a look at page 97, I think if we all can follow along with the text, we can maybe parse out exactly what it is that Ms. Thew is asking for, and then you can tell us what you have, what you don't have. So this is at the top of 97. Her October 12th communication, where she writes, all communication records, emails, team screenshots, documents pertaining to the process of hiring from July 1st to October 13th, 21, among and between the individuals. And I'm assuming these individuals are all or were HSA employees. And then she lists a series of names: Vlad Rudikoff, Wani Hin, Claire Scott, Jose, etc., etc. Are we on the same page there?
Yeah, and also I'd like to add that those individuals are also applicants.
Okay, so we can parse out which ones are applicants,
okay. Yeah.
Which ones are employees. I think what she's looking to, for is as much documentation about the hiring process, who was hired, why they were hired. And yes, 6724C does provide some guidance as far as successful applicants. And I understand 2 applicants were hired for 2 positions.
Right.
Okay, so you can provide that information. You can now provide their resumes because they are now employees. That is also covered under the ordinance.
Certainly.
But let me just finish. But more importantly, I think she's looking at communications that talked about who we're going to interview, when we're going to interview them, who's on first, who's on second, who did the interviews, the interview results, and any documents like that about the process, because I think and this is not in our purview, but I think she feels that she should have been part of that process and was not, or was put into that process at a later date, too late to be considered for those 2 slots. That's not what we're worried about. That's not what this body does. But we do look at whether any of those documents, processes, screenshots, anything that you guys use at HSA, which are public records, be disclosable. And you can redact, you can take off names, phone numbers, and whatnot, etc. But so first of all, let's establish, if you can just give us an example of what is the hiring process, what kind of forms do people fill out, what goes into the system. So let's identify that these documents and records, screenshots, etc., do exist. So can you talk to that first?
I certainly do not have that expertise, but in terms of the hiring, my understanding in this particular process was that there was an opening for the position, and HR had posted the reassignment for such positions. And my understanding is that the qualified applicants could then put their names onto the selection list, and that would be the start of the process. In terms of providing those, yes, I believe those things would be available. But again, I just apologize. I'm just trying to catch up. I just got to vacation. I'm trying to understand all the matters in which I can help and contribute. My coworker, Rebecca, is also here, and hopefully she'll be able to chime in for this discussion as well.
Okay, Mr.
Hello.
Pine, what is your position there at HSA? I see you're assistant custodian of records, but do you have an HR designation, or does Rebecca have any HR expertise? Because that's maybe what we need a little bit of help here with.
Right.
So this is Rebecca. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I apologize. I was having some technical difficulties. So could you ask the question again
Sure.
regarding the HR procedure?
Sure. And are you an HR person at HSA?
No.
Okay.
I'm a manager at HSA.
Okay, so you probably do some HR matters and whatnot. But what we're trying to determine is, and we don't know how HSA works, but there must be a paper trail of, interview process, decision process, discussion between managers, whether it's emails back and forth, evaluation forms filled out that exist. And then we can determine, all right, are those personnel records, are they not? How much of those should be disclosed? How much need to be redacted? So that's the path we're trying to go down. So, she put together a fairly precise, description of what she'd like. She gave you a reasonable set of dates, and it's regarding, interviews for 2 positions that I believe were filled. So I'm pretty confident that some documents exist that cover that process. So that's the question to you. What documents exist that cover that process?
Okay, first of all, can I just step back and say that, so it was on the advice of our deputy city attorney who cited California Public Records Act Code Section 6254 that states that these records are exempt from disclosure, personnel records. So I just want to put that out there. And we consider anything to do with hiring, performance, or how someone exited their position. That is all part of a personnel record. And
okay.
so,
yeah. Right. And I think we had this discussion last time, and we asked you to go back and have a huddle and decide whether how much of that advice you'd like to share with us, because we disagree with that blanket statement. There certainly are personnel records, but there's parts of it that are disclosable, including when employees are terminated for cause. So we're going to agree to disagree with you there, and that's a little bit what the full task force will probably talk to you about. It sounds like there are some documents there, and we're going to determine whether we think they're public records or not, and that may go against your city attorney's advice, and we may rule against that. So one of the things I'd asked you, Rebecca, last time was to talk to your city attorney and to, I guess, to Ken about how much of that you'd like to discuss in more detail with us at this full task force hearing. Did you have a chance to do any of that?
we would like to just maintain the attorney-client privilege, and so I've disclosed as much as I plan to about that, which is regarding his advice on on what we could and could not provide in terms of records.
Okay, and as a summary to the other members, so basically we got to this point last time, and I asked them, in good faith, would they consider that, and would they start to maybe even compile some records in anticipation of where this discussion might go? But it sounds like none of those things have happened, and they're kind of maintaining their position. So that's enough for me for now. Thank you.
I'm sorry,
You're
I was
on.
on mute. I thought, Member Neighbors, you had your hand up. Did you want to chime in?
No, I lowered it. Member Highland covered what I was going to ask.
Okay, great. A Member Schmidt and then Member Padmanabhan.
Okay, thank you. I guess we have two speakers on behalf of the respondent, although maybe I'll start with Rebecca. But if Mr. Peng has something more cogent, go ahead and chime in. Now, Rebecca, you said, and I'm sorry I'm saying Rebecca, but that's the only, I don't think I heard your last name. So,
Oh, my name is Rebecca Needon.
okay, thank you. Sorry, not trying to be disrespectful.
Oh,
okay,
not at all.
so the idea that you put forth that you relied on 62.4C for personnel records. I'm gonna just read to you what may or may not have come from the city attorney's office, which is the actual terminology of that sentence, which is it's personnel, medical, or similar files, the disclosure of which would constitute an unwarranted invasion of personal privacy. So it's not anything that's in a personnel file. It has to be in the personnel file, and there's privacy involved, and it would be an unwarranted invasion of personal privacy. Did you consider the full sentence when you looked at the records and you decided that everything that was asked for is exempt?
I'm sorry. I understand the rest of the sentence about privacy, but I'm not clear on your question. Could you restate that, please?
Did you consider the part of the law that talks about unwarranted invasion of privacy when you made the determination that everything that the complainant asked for is exempt?
I did consider that. In the entire sentence, I feel, and I do maintain the position that I feel that is a personnel record. What's being asked is part of the hiring process and part of a personnel record. And I do agree that it would be an invasion of privacy of other candidates.
Would you think that list I'm sorry, I'm not thinking of the word, to black out certain parts.
Redact.
Thank you, redact. If you could redact certain documents, but to disclose things about other applicants' education, training, maybe their job history, that could eliminate any of your privacy concerns, and you could disclose documents to the complainant in this matter.
We did offer, we offered her under Sunshine Code Section 67.24, we offered information on the pool and characteristics, employment and education histories of the successful applicants.
Okay, so you made an offer of that, you're saying it, and did you submit any documentation of that offer to us?
Oh, of the offer that we made, I do believe it was in the email. It was in an email that Ken sent back to Mr.
Okay.
Duke.
Okay. The the other thing that you said in one of your submissions is that because the Sunshine Ordinance says that documents with regard to a successful candidate are to be disclosed. Is that why you then asserted that anything with regard to an unsuccessful candidate does not need to be disclosed?
Oh, wait, I'm sorry, I'm not following your question. Could you
Well,
repeat the question?
There's a statement at page 77 of our record where there's an assertion that, and it doesn't really, I don't see where it comes from, that you don't have to give documents with regard to unsuccessful candidates. Did you get that from the Sunshine Ordinance, or do you get that from state law?
That's from 6724C1.
Sunshine.
And it's on page 97 of our packet, everyone, if you want to follow along there. It's their response. So yes, they're taking that from the Sunshine Ordinance.
Okay, so they're saying that because it says successful must be disclosed, you therefore don't have to disclose unsuccessful. Is that what your position is on this?
Yes.
Okay. And the last question I have for you is, you never gave any guarantees to any of these applicants that what they submitted to you in terms of qualifications, resumes, et cetera, would be kept confidential, did you?
I'm not aware. I don't know the answer to that. If that
Okay,
is
and
something
you don't,
I didn't personally, but I don't know if that's something that HR, if there's some sort of disclosure in the application process about that. I'm not aware of it.
you're not aware of anything like that. And the same question to Mr. Peng, you're not aware of any written disclosure or written guarantee to applicants that their information would be somehow kept confidential or private, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. No more questions.
Okay, Member Padmanabhan and then Member Neighbors.
Ms. Needham, in the EOTC meeting, we asked you to go through the steps that that are normally taken for the hiring process during the hiring process. Could you run through that one more time for the entire task force? I think that's very pertinent to this discussion.
Okay, so do you mean from when the applicant is, or I'm not sure where to start.
Start with the HR gives a list of candidates.
Okay, so HR would give the hiring manager a list of candidates. The hiring manager assembles a panel. Someone, probably a clerk, would reach out to the applicant and schedule the appointment, schedule the interviews, and then the interviews are conducted. When the interviews are concluded, the panelists would discuss each candidate. There's a rating system where each answer is rated, and that information is then sent to Human Resources.
And so do you have dates for emails, team screenshots of dates that all these discussions happened, right?
I'm sorry, I'm having a little trouble.
You have emails?
So there are emails. Is that what you're asking? Between the hiring manager and Human Resources?
Yes.
I am assuming, yes, that would be the normal protocol. Yes.
And so you did not want to share those emails too?
Well, correct.
On the basis of the fact that they were personnel records?
Personnel records, all part of the hiring process.
but all parts of the hiring process, where does the personnel records come in at that point?
Well, I mean, just in my understanding, personnel, the hiring process, which is the interview, all of that's part of the hiring process, is part of a personnel file.
All right, I think I've got my answer.
We'll take member neighbors, and then we're going to move to rebuttals. Go ahead.
Thank you. So in our packet on P77, Mr. Pang, you mentioned that one of your justifications for not providing records was Government Code 6254P on deliberative processes, which caught my attention because it does seem that much of what Ms. Thu is asking for is deliberative process that she would expect to find in emails among the panelists, in screen captures, and those kinds of materials. And those would not be personnel files or personnel matters. Can you give us a little bit more of your understanding of that code and why you believe it applies here? And this can be for either respondent.
I'm sorry, which code was that?
It's Government Code 6254P, as in Paul.
Oh.
On deliberative processes, and it actually is number 2 with MP because it applies specifically to local agencies, not the state agency. And it says that records of local agencies that reveal a local agency's deliberative processes, impressions, evaluations, opinions, recommendations, meeting minutes, research work, products, theories, etc. But then it goes on to say this paragraph shall not be construed to limit the disclosure of duties of a local agency with respect to any other records relating to the activities governed by the Employee Relations Act. And that this particularly applies to employees with collective bargaining representation rights. So my understanding is that this was a part of your rationale.
That is correct. That's my understanding as to why we have exhibited that particular example reason.
Okay, so you would say that you have documents that do fall under the category that this code addresses. You do have documents that would point to your deliberative process.
In terms of the documents that I would assume the notes, that would be from the HR. That is something that we would have to be asked and see if that's possible. Yes.
But those documents do exist. Or screen captures or emails.
To my knowledge, I would assume so.
Okay. Okay. Thanks.
Yeah, I just want to chime in. This is Rebecca. I don't know specifically what is in the emails. The deliberative process often is a conversation. There may be more content elsewhere, but generally that is a conversation in addition to the scoring sheets.
Okay.
So I'm not sure if there's anything in any of the records specifically to that.
There might be meeting notes, other items like that, typically for deliberation, possibly. Oh, okay, thanks.
Okay, and then I have just one quick question for either of the respondents. is it not true that with regards to personnel records, whether considering them as public records or not, that an employee or where a personnel file is created, the person that it applies to has the right to review them in person?
To review their own records? Is that what you're asking?
Their own records.
Yeah, well, I don't know all of the things. Are you asking about, I know, for example, like the testing process, you can review, how your test was scored. Let's say you took a civil service exam, that sort of thing. Is that what you mean? Or just anything in your personnel record?
Well, from what I understand, it's anything in your personnel record. That you may not be able to get a copy of it, but you have the right to review it in person.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And was the Ms. Dew, was that made available to them?
I would have no idea if she requested that. That would be something she would request through HR.
Okay. Ms. Dew, did you request to review the file in person? Ms. Dew?
Hello?
Yes,
Hello?
Ms. Dew? Yes.
Yes.
Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Sorry, I was muted. Chair Highland, I am not seeking personnel file. If you look at in the packet on page 97, I was very specific. As I said, I'm not seeking, and on my reply to Mr. Pan, I think you misunderstood my request. I'm not seeking personnel files, examination outcome from the individual. What I'm seeking from the whole process is the email communication, the screenshots and documents pertaining to the hiring process. Because I'm very interested in the date, because in the process I was left out from the beginning to the end. That's why I'm very interested in getting those emails, because they will have the record time stamps and also those team screenshots. Because I initially notified HR on August the 17th, and HSA overpayment unit went ahead with the hiring process without me, even though they know that I'm an eligible candidate and qualified candidate with the seniority date. If you look at my request, page 97 on the packet, right at the very top.
Yes. This is Member Highland. So basically, you're looking for, when the job openings were announced, the deadlines for submitting applications, the results posted, the jobs closing, etc., all that kind of stuff?
Yes, in particular, the hiring process, between the communication between the hiring department with HR and the hiring department with the applicant. Those are the records I'm very much interested in.
Okay, so maybe a more precise way of formulating your request is, and I believe this is all about two positions, right? If you could describe the positions and the position numbers, that HSA used for them, and say all communications pertaining to positions 10012, 10013, let's say, and then you specified the dates already: July 1st, October 13th. Between any communications regarding those two positions with any redactions necessary, that should get you what you want, correct?
Yes, but it's also in the packet. Those job numbers, the requisition number is in the packet as well, that last time that I submitted. It's in the timeline.
Okay. Do you know what page those position numbers are referenced?
It would be in page 92. Page 92.
Okay, I see it here. I got it.
Page 92.
Yeah. Let's see. I just saw it. So positions.
Yeah. Page 94. But on August 20th, when August 20th, it's page 94 up at the very top. Miss Arlene, I double checked the position in OP 003-13347.
Okay, so there you have it. Yeah. So, Mr. Pang, can you see that at the top of page 94? So let's reformulate this request for any communications, screenshots, templates, emails between or to do with these two positions, OP 003-13347 and 010-72508. Now, surely you can do a search on that and reveal that with necessary redactions without getting into personnel.
Yeah, with the reduction. I'm fine with the reduction. All I'm interested in is the dates and the people they communicate with.
Okay, so it's
more
the timeline of when these positions were opened, interviewed, closed, rather than the process and any personnel information in that process, correct?
Well, the process, yes, but I do not seek any personnel record, none of that.
All right. So back to the respondents. Do you think you can provide her documents based on that request?
We could definitely give timelines, but I feel that the content of emails, that is all regarding the hiring process, is all a personnel record.
Okay, I'm gonna stop you there. So I'm gonna define this even more tightly for you. Emails between HSA employees regarding opening, interviewing, closing those two positions. Okay, those are not personnel records. They're not discussing candidates. Those are just pure timeline and HR status questions, if you like. Can you provide that?
Yes.
Okay, that's a start. All right, and part of the Sunshine process, just so you two know, is to help a candidate or help a petitioner, just like I helped her there. Talk to her, ask her, rather than quoting and sending the parts of the charter back at her. That is not helpful, and there is a violation for that as well, which I'm considering. So I'm glad that at least we're getting some movement on this. That's enough for me from now on. Other members?
Okay. Let's move to rebuttals. The respondents, you have 3 minutes, and please wait for Ms. Leger.
The respondents, Mr. Pang or Rebecca, one of you ready to begin speaking?
Yes. I just wanted to reiterate that, and just to be clear, that Ms. Tu was interviewed. So just to be clear about that, she was interviewed. And I respectfully disagree that the email exchanges are part of a personnel record. Those are the two things I just wanted to mention.
Does that conclude your statement?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Du, you have 3 minutes. Please wait for Ms. Leger.
Ms. Du, are you ready?
Yes.
Go ahead, ma'am.
I respectfully disagree with Ms. Needham just stated. and refused to provide those email communications because one, this will provide a timestamp, real time, what happened between the hiring unit and the HR, when what was communicated. Because again, I was left out until at the very end when I protest the hiring agency, the hiring department unit agreed to interview me. Because the second one is because they skipped me and offered the job to someone else who is not eligible, because based on seniority. So therefore, I need those documents, the hiring process documents, the emails, and those screenshots from the team. I know it exists because and then please do not come back and say, oh, it's in history, we no longer have this record retained. Please make every effort to retrieve those records, because I know it exists, those records. Because nowadays, there's no phone call back and forth anymore. And based on the timeline that HR provided to me, those days are off. That's why those emails, any documentation that's digital, electronically sent, any communication on Teams, it's very crucial for my case because I need those to provide it to the Department of Fair Employment and Housing. It was February 1st. It's my intake appointment, and I would need those supporting documents for my case. And I would like to have it before that. On our last meeting, Chair Highland already requested to have it indexed, and you can redact anything. Name can be redacted, but those timelines, those timestamps cannot be redacted. And again, I'm not seeking any personnel record. No personnel record. No, that's on. And I would like to know when it can be done. When can I receive those? Because last time was December, now we have January only. That's all I want to say, because it has been dragging for too long. And it seems like HSA still does not want to disclose the information to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, members, it's up for deliberation now on the merits and the information that we have just received, and to arrive at some determination. Member Highland.
Quick question for Jeremy Q. When is your hearing in February? You said.
I have an intake appointment on February 1st. That I mentioned it in my last hearing in December, okay. December 14th. Mm-hmm.
Well, unfortunately, even if we rule in your favor and issue an order of determination, it may not get out till next month when the minutes are approved. So, we'll do our best, but I don't know, maybe just to have the OD at this meeting, if it does happen to go your way, would be useful. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, members. Go ahead, Member Schmidt.
I'm sorry. I can just give a general sense to her that, she can raise this again at the DFEH, and even if it's just intake, you should stay with all processes, including using the DFEH process, to try to get to the documents you need to prove your case.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
Any other debate or deliberation, or are we ready for a motion?
I can make a motion. And, you know, looking at what we produced in committee, 6725 and 6726. And then I want to also add failing to help. So let me look that one up real quick. Someone knows that off the top of their heads. Because I think, you know, this could have been resolved, and I think they're deliberately not helping her because they don't want to potentially turn over information that calls into question their hiring process in this case. So let me add that. Let me look up that motion.
67,
21C.
21C, thank you. So 6721.5, 6725, 6726, and 6721C were the three pieces I was entertaining.
All right, so trying to make at least some specifics as to what the violation is. So for each of the you state.
Yeah, fairly. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay.
So you're looking for specifics of each one? All right.
Yeah, yep, because otherwise no context to put into the order of determination.
Right. I was going to add that later. And, you know, I was going to add, you know, any and all communications regarding those two position numbers. And I'm going to list those numbers again. Regarding HCA position numbers 011 20539.
That's not the position number.
Let me correct that. Sorry. 00. Yeah. So any and all emails, screenshots, documents between July 1st and October 13th regarding positions 003 13347 and 010 72508. Specifically with regard to opening positions, inviting applications, interview period, closing positions, announcing positions have been filled. Basically a timeline of the hiring process for the two positions. Is that enough detail, Chair Wolf?
That just 65, or is that inclusive? Is that inclusive of all three?
Of all three, let's take a look. Yeah, immediacy of response, failure to
Justification.
failure to provide complete and timely manner, failing to keep withholding. Well, you know, they didn't provide anything, so maybe we don't need to include 2026 because it's not like they provided anything and redacted it. Okay. So let me rephrase the motion as 6725 and 6721C with reference to that piece that I said before. I think that should cover it.
Okay. Is there a second? Go ahead. Do you have something else to add to the motion?
I'm just wondering if we can add a timeline for delivery if the OD is passed, or will we do that after?
I would include it in the motion so that it becomes part of the order.
Okay. I'm going to say by January 25th. Let's say by January 21st. That'll give them full 2 weeks.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
So move member Schmidt.
You guys are breaking up.
Okay, sorry. Moved by member Highland, second by member Schmidt. I've got, I believe it was member Padmanabhan first and then Vice Chair Yankee.
I just wanted to say that I don't think 6725. I think we need to use 6721B. No, 6721B. Because 25 is for an immediate disclosure request, which I believe that within the period that we were not using. So I think it is 6721B.
B as in boy?
B as in boy.
What exactly is that violation? Can you tell me?
I can tell you for failing to provide requested records in a complete or timely manner.
Yeah, it's a timeliness clause. Okay, so are you requesting an amendment to the motion? Okay, so Member Padmanabhan has moved to amend the original motion to change a violation of 6725 to 6721B. Is there a second?
Chair Wolf, can we hear other members first and then maybe package this all together?
No, I mean, once the motion is made, I'm going to ask for a second, and then you can have discussion. Otherwise, the motion dies. If there's no second, the motion will die.
Can this be a friendly amendment, and the maker would accept that? That would be me.
If you want to, if you both agree, and the maker agrees, and the second agrees, sure.
I agree.
Great.
Okay. So the motion now reads to find. So first of all, for the maker and the second of the motion, who is the order of determination against? Is it against the agency, or is it against a particular person?
I think it was originally against Ken Pang, was it not? The original document.
That's who the request was made to, and the complaint was made against Mr. Pang and the agency. So it's up to you how what you folks feel is the best way.
Yeah, I think I'll go with the original against Mr. Pang and the agency.
Okay. Great. So the motion is to find in violation of Mr. Ken Pang and the Human Services Agency in violation of Administrative Code 6725, 6721B for failing to provide a timeline between July 1st and October 13th, 2021 for the positions numbered, make sure I got this right, 00313347 and 0010, I'm sorry.
010-72508.
72508, okay. For failing to provide records regarding opening positions, closing positions that have been filled. One I may have missed.
Yeah, I'll restate it. For failure to provide a timeline of posting positions, interviewing positions, and closing positions. 003-13347 and 010-72508.
Okay, great. Okay, and then also additionally a violation of 6721C for failing to provide assistance to the requester. And production of the records delivered to the petitioner by January 21st, 2022. Does that cover it?
Yes.
I'm trying to follow this, and I feel like you guys are all over the place with this. Bruce, can you say that again? A violation of 6721B for failing to provide a timeline between July 1 and October 13, 2021
Failing.
6726 we decided not to use. We're going to do 6725.
Oh, 6721B. Oh, we converted 6721B. Oh, wait a minute.
That's the only.
Go ahead.
That's the only sunshine violation.
No, there are two violations. One for 6721B with the list, and then 6721C for failing to provide assistance.
You don't close a four-lane major arterial.
And then the last was the order for delivery.
You don't close those gates without some order.
Cheryl, would you like me to? I can repeat the whole motion if we can have everyone mute. Let me know when you're ready.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, so a violation against Ken Pang and HSA for 6721B for failing to provide any documents, screenshots, emails pertaining to the timeline of opening, interviewing, and closing HSA positions 003-13347 and 010-72508 between July 1st, 21 and October 13th, 21. And violation of 6721C for failing to help a petitioner. And that
Hang on. Hang on. Okay, this is what I've got. Moved by Chris, second by member Schmidt to find a violation of Ken Pang and the Human Services Agency for 6721B for failing to provide any documents, screenshots pertaining to the timeline between July 1 and October 13, 2021, and 6721C for failing to provide assistance to the petitioner regarding Human Services Agency position numbers 00313347 and 0107258. For failing to provide, is that close to what you wanted?
That's good. Comma. And that such documents be provided to the petitioner by January 21st, 2022, to include an index or timeline of what is provided. i.e. job open, job interview, job closed, and all the communications regarding that by HSA employees.
Okay, Vice Chair Yankee.
Yeah, not to try to change the motion again, but I believe that this occurred back in October and that the mayor's proclamation did not come out until November 15th, which reinstated 6721B, which is actually why I think we referenced in our committee using the CPRA code, which was, I believe, government code 6253B as far as the timeliness issue versus 6721B. So I would make that recommendation.
Maker accepts.
Okay, Matthew, can you
Hold on, Cheryl. Make her accept.
Okay, so seconder.
Yeah.
Okay,
Good.
so this would be now a replacement of as a friendly amendment or as an adjustment to the motion to exchange 6721B for California Public Records Act, Government Code Section 6253B for the same violations.
Correct. So just substitute 6253B for 6721B. That's all.
Okay.
Anything else is good.
And did the committee also identify for 6721C whether that was also included?
No, that we didn't talk about that in committee, so we can decide whether they're, because of the timeline, that's worth adding or not.
I don't know.
I think, I don't know. It just seems like this started.
Well, hold on a second. Is DCA Price Wolf here?
He put it. He left shortly before 5.
Yes, oh, okay. He's here. Great. Can you just verify for us if it was the complete 6721 section or just 6721B that was applicable prior to the recent mayor's emergency orders as far as it being suspended?
Okay, it'll take a second for me to figure that out. Yeah, you guys.
Appreciate it.
You guys should do whatever else you need to do. I can't just come up with that on the fly, so it'll be a few minutes.
Okay. All right, so I would suggest that we'll hold 6721C as being valid. If it is not valid, then it'll be automatically removed or declared not applicable to them thereafter, just by fiat. Okay. Any other discussion or debate on the matter before I open up to public comment? Okay, let's open a public comment, and maybe we'll hear back from DCA Price Wolf before we vote. Mr. J, hand it over to you.
Do we have public commenters?
I'm Patrick.
Do we have other public commenters?
Who do you have on the list right now? Because a bunch of us spoke at the same time.
Mr. Monette Shaw?
Yes, I have to speak.
Anonymous number 3, are you requesting to speak?
Yes, I did.
Sullivan?
Do we have other public commenters? Okay, let's begin with Mr. Monette Shaw. Patrick, are you ready to begin?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
I had temporarily disconnected from this call. I'm assuming you are on item number 6 that had been renumbered, and that this is the Jeremy Thu case against Ken Pang and HSA.
Yes.
Is that okay? I am in support of this motion. Before my friend Sin Yi Poon retired from the Human Services Agency in employment with the City and County of San Francisco, she was an outstanding labor leader in SEIU 10-1. And I am well aware that the HSA has had a really checkered history about not properly following posting of job announcements and I'm forgetting the term for it, ranking scores, whatever they're called, for interviewees being considered for various positions. Although I have recently worked with Ken Pang, and he's been very helpful on my records requests, HSA has a nasty record of these particular kinds of employee hiring decisions. So I fully support the motion and support Jarmy's complaint 21-152, but I would question why the motion on the floor is allowing them a full 2-week delay in providing the records. I thought it was a standard order of a 5-day period, and I do not think you guys should be handing any city department a get out of jail free card by extending the time frame in which they are required to respond beyond 5 days. So I would respectfully request that the motion be adjusted from a 2-week period back down to a 5-day period. Thank you.
Anonymous number 3, are you ready?
I am ready.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. This is anonymous number 3. 3 points. First of all, 6721C was not suspended in whole. The assistance portion was completely valid. What was suspended was a 7-day requirement to provide a statement of quantity, form, and of existence, which is not the violation you're finding here. So you should keep 6721C regarding assistance. Second, you need to add 6726, because that's actually the real violation here. Instead of providing redacted communications, as they should have, and they could have removed the personally identifiable information from it, they provided no record at all. And that's exactly what 6726 is about. You have to minimally withhold each record instead of not providing the record in entirety. So I'd strongly recommend bringing back 6726. In sometimes you have stated it's about the timeline, and sometimes you've stated timeline and communications. I would urge you to make sure that your order for disclosure, and you do need to be explicit that you're ordering disclosed the timelines and communications redacted appropriately. The communications word should be there. And if you're wondering whether it's a personnel file, here's an illustrative analysis from Raines, Lucia, Stern, St. Fallon, Silver Professional Corporation. It's only illustrative because it's not about all personnel files like police officer personnel files. I'm going to read. Quote, what exactly constitutes a confidential personnel record, however, is not always clear. Penal Code section defines personnel records as, quote, any file maintained under, end quote, a peace officer's name by his or her employing agency and containing records relating to personal data, medical history, employee benefits, employee advancement, appraisal or discipline, complaints or investigation of complaints, and other information, the disclosure of which would constitute an invasion of personal privacy. These emails about the HR process are not maintained under one particular person's name and their file. And that's why general discussion of hiring is not an invasion of someone's personal privacy. You can just redact the names if you need to. So please make sure you add a 6726 violation and you're ordering disclosed all of those communications and emails redacted appropriately. Thank you very much.
Mr. Sullivan, are you ready?
Yes.
Go ahead, sir.
So I get confused about all this discussion about order of determination. That's when actions happen or when something is determined. Because 6721E says, upon determination that the record is public, which is when the motion is passed, the task force shall, and that's the word shall is you will do it, immediately order the custodian of public records to comply with the person's request. If a custodian refuses or fails to comply with any such order within 5 days, the task force shall notify the district attorney or attorney general and so forth. To me, they've already taken up a lot of time, and you should immediately order the custodian of public records to comply. Because that's what the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force says. All right, thank you for your time.
Any other public comment? Last call, public comment. Okay, public comment is closed. Members, are we ready for a vote? Hearing no objection for additional motions.
Member Chair Wolf, I am persuaded by the public speakers. I would like to, I know we spent some time on putting this together, but I'd like to tighten it up even further if the seconder would agree, and I'll take another stab at it because I think this is important, especially with their pending.
I would make a formal motion to amend because they're substantive.
Yeah. Okay. So motion to amend to re-include 6726 as a violation. And the timeline to include the words the communication and all emails and timeline from July 1st to October 13th for the two positions. I'm going to leave it at January 21st. I'm not going to go 5 days because I really want to give, like I say, time to get this together. I think that date will work for the petitioner. So just those two amendments.
Agreed.
Well, no. So are you seconding that motion? It has to be because we're adding additional sections. It's substantive, so we need to.
It's a new motion.
Make a formal amendments, a new motion.
Second.
Okay, so moved by member Highland, second by member Schmidt to amend the original motion to add 6726 to order the disclosure of the communications and timeline with redactions. Is that correct?
Oh, with appropriate redactions.
With appropriate redactions. And what's the second part?
So all communications and emails, screenshots, documents pertaining with appropriate redactions pertaining to the two positions between July 1st and 10/13, October 13th, 21.
Okay, so we can amend it to it would be violation of Government Code 6253B and San Francisco Administrative Code 67.26
and 6221C. Because now we know that is valid as well.
Yeah, but that's for a different. That's for a different issue.
That's already. Hold on, that's already in there, so I'm not going to touch that. So the amendment is just to add 6726 to the two that are already there, and to make sure the language is all inclusive for communications, emails, documents, screenshots pertaining to those two positions already referenced in the date range already referenced.
Appropriate redactions.
With appropriate redactions. Yeah.
Okay. And you are, and no change on the delivery date.
Yeah, keeping delivery date the same.
Okay. All right. Public comment on the amendment.
Anonymous number 3.
This is Patrick. I'd like to comment on the amendment.
We have other public commenters?
Okay, going to close public comment after Mr. Patrick.
Oh, did you not hear me? Sorry. Oh.
Yes, we heard you. We heard you. So it'd be anonymous number 3 first, and then Patrick, and then I'm going to close public comment after that.
Okay. Anonymous, can I make a request that you slow down when you speak?
I will try.
Thank you. You may begin.
Thank you. This is anonymous number 3. I obviously support the motion, and I guess you have to make it now another motion after this motion to vote for the amended motion. But yes, I would support that as well. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Mr. Manetcha, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
I want to thank Chair Wolf for referring to me as Mr. Patrick. Y'all can drop the Monette Shaw and the Mr. I'm okay with being called Patrick. That's fine. But I would like to repeat quickly that I think this amendment still needs to be further amended to include the 5-day period. As the previous caller indicated, the Sunshine Ordinance clearly states that when you issue the order of determination, they have 5 days in which to produce the records. Making an exception on a case-by-case basis simply confuses other complainants and other city departments. You should arrive at consensus on a single 5-day period. And so I really think you need to go back and amend this motion one last time. Thank you, Patrick. No Mr., no Manette Shaw. Just Patrick will work.
Okay, public comment is closed. Are we ready for a vote?
I want to make this sure I've got this all right because you split it up quite a bit. We are revising the motion to include 6726 for a violation and to include
So it's just to add, for the list that is under 6253B of the government code, just to add, in addition to that, also a violation of 6726, and to further add for the list of the items to be delivered. At the end of that sentence, just add "and appropriate redactions." So it would be like opening positions, closing positions that have been filled, communications regarding the timeline, that whole list, and then at the end of that list, end with appropriate redactions.
Okay, so let's see what I've got here. Moved by Member Highland, seconded by Member Schmidt to find a violation of Ken Pang Human Services Agency of Government Code 6253B by failing to provide.
I'm going to stop you there. This is only a motion to add 6726 to the original motion.
Okay.
When we approve this, then we'll go back and we can read the whole thing all together. Okay.
All right. Moved by Member Highland, seconded by Member Schmidt to revise the motion to amend the original motion to include 6726 for violation and to include a timeline of the communication of all emails, documents, screenshots with appropriate redactions pertaining to the timeline for the two positions. And those position numbers are located.
It's okay. We already have that in the previous.
Yeah, we're going to read that. We're going to read that again. This is just to add 6726 to the original motion.
Got it.
For the same list under 6753B, and to add to the end of that list of what is to be delivered, and with appropriate redactions. Okay. All right. Please call the roll.
Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member Neighbors.
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Stein.
Aye.
Stein, aye. Member Wong.
Aye.
Member Wong, aye. Member Padmanabhan.
Aye.
Member Padmanabhan, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Vice Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Vice Chair Yankee, aye. Chair Wolf.
Aye.
Chair Wolf, aye. Moved by Member Highland, seconded by Member Schmidt, to revise the motion and amend the original motion to include 6726 violation to include a timeline of communications of all emails, documents, screenshots with appropriate redactions pertaining to the two positions.
Great. Okay. So now we're back to the original motion. The original motion was moved by Member Highland, seconded by Member Schmidt, against Ken Pang and the Human Services Agency for violation of 62 California Government Code Section 6253B and San Francisco Administrative Code 6726 for unnecessary withholding for failing to provide record screenshot and emails between the
same time they're calling it flu rona.
All right, we need somebody to please mute.
Me too.
Please mute, sir. Okay, so for failing to provide record screenshot, communications, and emails regarding timeline between July 1st and October 13th, 2021 for positions numbered 00313347 and 01072508. And also to find violation of 6721C, failing to provide assistance to the requester, and order that the records be delivered by January 21st, 2022. Okay.
Got it.
Are we ready? Are we ready for a vote? We've taken public comment. Okay. Hearing no objections, please call the roll.
Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member Neighbors.
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Stein.
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Wong.
Aye.
Member Wong, aye. Member Padmanabhan.
Aye.
Member Padmanabhan, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Vice Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Vice Chair Yankee, aye. Chair Wolf.
Aye.
Chair Wolf, aye.
I thank the parties and everybody's patience for getting through this. I'm going to request that we take a, take a short recess and return at 7:25. There's no objections. We are in recess till 7:25 p.m. Thank you.
neighborhoods, namely Sunset. And I requested the approval edge. What I mean by that is the whatever decision is made, to send somebody out to the Great Highway and physically close and lock several gates. So I got nothing. Well, of course, there's no public process. So, yeah, there's no public process. So everyone was in the dark. You're just suddenly faced with a locked public thoroughfare. So there was a groundswell of dissent to that closure, but that's not what this is about necessarily. What we did was we just wanted to know who ordered what here. Who gave the order, what was all the approval action. And it's fairly broadly based. That term, don't believe it was ambiguous. But the bottom line is we got nothing except delay and obfuscation and then just outright refusal. The reason given at the end of the day was that those records don't exist. To the public travelers, didn't have some chain of command. Chain of nobody knows because the Recreation and Parks Department that has jurisdiction over this highway refused to provide that information. So that summarizes what I asked for pretty much. I also asked for any environmental review documents. They said none existed. They didn't do any environmental review. All right. Thank you. I'm Mary Miles, claim complaint in case number 21081. And it's about, first I'd like to thank the Education Outreach and Training Committee for its recommendation that the task force find violations of the Sunshine Ordinance, and I urge the task force to do so tonight. Our initial requests were a simple request for information. Actually, it's two requests.
Ms. Leger? No, you cannot have ice cream. Ms. Leger? Ms. Leger? Ms. Leger?
I'm here, just a second. I see 6 of you.
Yeah, I'm going to ask you to please call the roll. If you wouldn't mind, please. Thank you.
Oh, no, just a moment. I'm on the right page. Okay. Chair Wolf.
Present.
Chair Wolf present. Member Neighbors.
Present.
Member Neighbors present. Member Highland. Vice Chair Yankee.
Present.
Vice Chair Yankee present. Member Stein.
Present.
Member Stein present. Member Wong.
Present.
Member Wong present. Member Padmanabhan.
Present.
Member Padmanabhan present. Member LaHood.
Present.
Member LaHood present. Member Schmidt.
Present.
Member Schmidt present. So we are waiting on Member Highland.
Ms. Leger?
Yep.
Yeah, we're ready for the next item.
Everybody's here?
Everybody, we have quorum. Yes.
All right.
Yes.
All right, ready? Item number 7, file number 21081, complaint filed by Mary Miles against Tiffany Lynn Wilson, Philip Ginsburg, and the Recreation and Parks Department for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6721 by failing to respond to a records request in a complete and or timely manner. 6724 by failing to provide public information. 6725 by failing to respond in a complete and timely manner to an immediate disclosure request. 6726 by failing to provide non-minimum withholding. 6727 by failing to provide written justification for withholding. 6729-2 by failing to provide access to the department web page. And 67.29-7 by failing to keep and preserve correspondence and records. Preamble. On September 14, 2021, the Education Outreach and Training Committee moved to find that the task force has jurisdiction, the records are public, and to refer the matter to the task force for hearing with the recommendation to find a violation of Section 6725 and 6721C for timeliness and failing to provide assistance.
Okay. Before we begin, I just want to say, in the essence of time, please, make sure when we get to the Q&A clarification part that you get all the information you can in as cogent quickly as possible, because we're beginning to run into more than 40 minutes, and we want to try to end at a reasonable time tonight. So just a request. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. Just let's try to be mindful. Okay. EOT Chair Highland, anything to add?
Nothing from here. It looks. I think that summary was adequate. Yeah, I don't have anything additional. I don't know if the maker of the motion, perhaps, Member Yankee, might have something.
Yeah, this is Vice Chair Yankee. I'm not sure you were at this one. I think I may have chaired this one. So I'll give a little more background on it. This is, I believe, an immediate disclosure request for a variety of pieces of information from Recreation and Park. I noticed that we talked about a 6725, but in probably closer scrutiny, that probably should be looking at a violation if we do consider one regarding timeliness under CPRA instead, because this would have been during the period of the immediate disclosure being suspended. So probably want to think about that as we approach this. And I believe there was I believe part of it was a timeliness issue, and I believe part of it was some records regarding an environmental report weren't turned over at all. And I believe, if I recall correctly, the committee felt this type of report may exist, but may exist somewhere else within the city. And so that's why we considered the 6721C for failing to assist, since we thought that type of environmental report may exist elsewhere, and there wasn't an assistance made to help get that for the requester. I think that's all. Did Member Padmanabhan, did I miss anything?
I just want to add that there might be drafts of reports also that might have existed.
Yeah, there might be drafts.
Okay, very good. Are both parties here? Ms. Miles?
I am here, thank you.
Okay, great. And are the parties for the respondents here?
Ashley Summers from the Recreation and Park Department.
Anyone else representing Rec and Park with you?
No, it's just me.
Okay, and can you say your last name again, please?
Ashley Summers.
Okay, Ms. Miles, we'll start with you. You have 5 minutes opening statement. Please wait for Ms. Leger.
Ms. Miles, are you ready to begin?
I think so, yes.
Go ahead.
I'm Mary Miles, file number 21081. We made actually 2 requests on June 4, 2021. I do agree with the Education Outreach and Training Committee's recommendation, and do hope the SOTF finds violation this evening. The fact is, the requests were quite simple. They're in the record beginning at page 111. The first one is for the approval. Well, let's go backwards. Okay, this pertains to a very controversial issue, the closure of the Upper Great Highway to vehicle traffic. There was no public process, nothing that justified it, no explanation of it at all, no public hearing, no nothing. it was implemented by closing gates on this public street, and for our request, my request was for the approval action, meaning who ordered what, who ordered the gate shut, who ordered the highway closed. This is a major arterial that carried 20,000 vehicles per day, people going to work, coming home, going to school, going to the VA hospital, going wherever they were going, or just plain enjoying the view of the beach. They were prohibited by these closed gates from doing so. I won't elaborate on that further, but bottom line, we asked for the approval action and we asked for the environmental documents, 2 separate requests. We got no answer. We followed up 18 days later. Ms. Lynn Wilson, who is no longer the records custodian, said that my requests were lost in the shuffle, quote unquote, and she would look for the records and reply the next day. We got nothing. The next day, we followed up. She put it off and put it off. She sent non-responsive records, and then finally she said, I am still working with our capital planning department for any documents responsive to your request. That was her final statement to me. In response to this complaint to the SOTF, the department said, to date, Ms. Miles has received all responsive documents that are in her possession. Okay, that's at page 145. I have received no documents that are responsive to these requests. And they're now saying the records that I request do not exist. Well, that's not plausible and it's not credible. A 4-lane public highway, gates are shut. I can't believe, and I don't want to believe, that that just happened. Somebody just decided to do something there. But it's under the jurisdiction, as they say, of the Recreation and Parks Department, the whole action. And so my thought is records must exist, either at the top level of that organization or at a lower level of the chain of command that made those gates get closed and locked on April 20th, 2020. A year later, they amended their action, and they're now only closing them from Friday noons to Monday at 6 a.m. and all holidays. But the bottom line is that at the time of this complaint, the whole highway was closed, and we were unable and still have not received anything that tells us who made that order. If it was even at the lowest level, there had to be some record. Supervisor X ordered employee Y to go out there and close and lock those gates. That's lowest level. Somebody also told Supervisor X to do that. How high does it go? Nobody knows, because we have been provided no responsive record to this request. So that's what we would like to get. That's our goal, get that record. Who ordered what? That would be the approval action. As to the environmental material.
Miles, your time is up.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any persons or witnesses to provide any facts or evidence on behalf of the petitioner, the complainant? Okay, hearing none. Respondent, you have 5 minutes. Ms. Summers, go ahead. Wait for Ms. Leger.
Ms. Summers, are you ready to begin?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My apologies because I was not the custodian of records at the time that this occurred. I took over this role at the department in mid to late December. I I have been with the department as the commission liaison since July 2019. So I am very familiar with this topic. I am very familiar with this discussion, but I do not have much to say in terms of the back and forth between Ms. Miles and Tiffany or any of the staff, aside from what was provided in Ms. Miles' complaint. I will say that aside from these items, Ms. Miles has contacted me with 3 other requests, one of which I have responded to with no responsive documents, and 2 more which are admittedly late. As I am discovering, I am the middle person between staff and colleagues and the public, and I am getting my bearings and trying to make sure I'm responsive. So the current requests that Ms. Miles has, you know, we're not discussing those today, but just to be aware that I am working with her on her other requests. I will say that as far as I'm aware, Tiffany provided what, you know, she thought was responsive, but was not very responsive in her emails and communications with Ms. Miles, in terms of maybe that being the end of what she was providing. But otherwise, you know, I'm happy to answer any questions and provide you all with any information that you need to make your ruling. And I am also happy to continue working with Ms. Miles and providing her whatever she or any other members of the public need in terms of the Great Highway closure. Yeah, that's all I really want to say, but I'm happy to answer any questions. So I'm going to mute myself for the time being.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any persons or witnesses providing facts or evidence on behalf of the respondent? Okay, hearing none. Okay, members, question, clarification time. Member Schmidt.
Member Schmidt, you're on mute.
Mute.
That's what. Okay, thanks. Respondent, if you got the question brought to you today to supply documents about the decision that was made on April of 2020, how would you go about responding to that?
You mean in terms of closing the Great Highway?
Yeah.
If I was asked.
If you were asked to give the documentation relevant to that, as was requested by Ms. Miles.
Right. Yeah, that's a really good question. I will say that at that specific time, I happened to be on maternity leave. And so normally, because I'm also the commission liaison, I am very much involved in lots of high-level discussions about the department. And so I generally have a good pulse on what's going on. I don't know, I could have literally been in labor the day the Great Highway closed. I don't actually remember. So unfortunately, my memory of this happening is a little bit dicey. But I have no, you know, personally as a public servant, have no intention of hiding anything from anyone who wants information. So I go about my about sunshine requests by going to the people in the department who have this information. If they provide me a response such as there are no responsive documents, that's the information that I would relay. As far as I'm aware, in terms of environmental documents, I have seen other sunshine requests come through, and the response has been there are no responsive documents. In terms of the closure and any communications from the general manager, I have a general manager's directive from August 2021 about the closure, but nothing from before that. So again, I am the person who takes information from one bucket, brings it to the other bucket. I am not an investigator or anything like that, but I do absolutely do my absolute due diligence to make sure that I get them the information they need.
So that August directive,
Yeah.
as to the closure, has that been provided to Ms. Miles in response to her request?
I believe so. Yes, if I recall, there's been a couple of times that she probably received that in an email, and I provided it to others as well.
Are there other documents that you recall personally that would describe the process whereby they made that decision?
No.
Okay. Okay, that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Yeah.
Vice Chair Yankee.
Thank you. This is also for the respondent. Do you know offhand if there were other city departments or city officials who had discussions with Recreation and Park regarding the closure? That perhaps even if Recreation and Park didn't have the documents in their entirety themselves, that they could have referred Ms. Miles to other city agencies, departments, or officials who may have been involved in the decision-making process on this?
So just right off the cuff, I'll say that, again, because I was on maternity leave, I can't be 100% certain, but because of my experience working in city government for over a decade, I would say that there likely was some conversation. Again, if I've not provided her any records in terms of like emails or documents, then, I can't very well produce a conversation. So my guess is as good as yours, as very educated people around public officials, that there must have been a conversation, right? And my guess would be that, other departments, MTA, police department, fire department, departments like that must have been consulted, but again, I don't know.
Okay, I know that's difficult for you, coming into this in the position that you are. I guess just the root of my question was the fact that, I believe you talked about some type of directive that was issued. And my, guess would be that prior to that directive being issued, there had to be some type of back and forth between a variety of parties, like you mentioned, that would, be potential stakeholders in this. And so my concern was that at the time, potentially Ms. Miles wasn't referred to those other stakeholders so that she could get the, the other group of documents or records that would be part of this. But I'll go ahead and leave it there. I know for you, you're kind of just jumping into this, at the tail end. So
yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Chair Wolf, you're muted.
Okay, sorry. I'll call on myself. Ms. Summers, so your presence here tonight is representing the department plus the folks cited, the parties cited in the complaint, which is Tiffany Lynn Wilson and Philip Ginsburg, in addition to the entire department. Tiffany Lynn Wilson was the custodian, records custodian at that time. Who is the current records custodian?
I am.
Okay. And it's also citing Philip Ginsburg being the director and the one ultimately responsible for all records and operations in the department. I'm just, I want to direct the question more towards them because you're here as a representative to respond to the complaint. So have you received any documentation or have you maybe asked for or requested the documentation that Ms. Miles requested of Ms. Wilson, Lynn Wilson, and Mr. Ginsburg?
Yes. So Ms. Miles recently submitted 3 additional public records requests directly to me
But
one of which I've
we're only asking about this one.
Okay.
That's what's before us today, not the other ones.
Well, I would have to
If there are problems with the response to those other ones, we might see you back here in the future. But for right now, we're dealing with just this one.
That's not the intention. Well, but the reason I was bringing those up is because I believe, and I'd have to hold them side by side, that they're somewhat similar. And so yes, I'm in the process currently of trying to respond to Ms. Miles' the one that we're talking about today, in addition to these other ones, possibly somewhat similar. And I'm working with my colleagues to try to get her a response. It's been a little bit challenging, but I'm working on it, yeah.
Okay, but there was no, as far as any records regarding the timeline from the time that Ms. Miles had submitted her request, which I believe was on June 4th, 2021, to date, has she received any records that you are aware of?
As I was looking through and I'll allow Ms. Miles to chime in if you would like her to. If I recall from reading through the back and forth between her and Tiffany, she may have provided something at some point and said she would reply as more records became available, but then never did. So she may have received a partial reply, a partial information, but no, in what I understand, Ms. Miles hasn't. What I would have expected, or at least how I would have handled the situation, is if I provided Ms. Miles some documents, but then had expected to possibly receive more from my colleagues, I would have said, here's what I have today, and as more become available, I will provide them to you on a rolling basis, before such and such a date or whatever. And then if I did not receive them from my colleagues, I would follow up with them and say, if there's nothing else, please let me know. And I would close out the request and say, Ms. Miles, I have nothing further responsive to your request, and I'm going to consider it closed. So that's how I would have handled it. There's no record that that's what Tiffany did. So
I understand. I get that. So my next question is considering, your longevity in this department and in city government and your knowledge and closeness with the commission, are you aware of who made this order to close that section of roadway?
Again, like I said, normally I probably would have a great answer for you on that one, but I was on maternity leave at that time. I went on maternity leave the week that the original shelter in place went into effect, and so I was very uninvolved in COVID-related actions that the department took, of which there were many, and so I wish I had a better answer for you, but I don't.
It's not like this wasn't, on page 14 of the newspaper. It was, pretty big news.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I have no other questions. Members, anything else on discovery here? Are we ready for rebuttals?
Oh, I was just going to ask, this is Member Stein. I just wanted to ask quickly if the respondent knows what the search process was for these documents.
So I can't comment on the search process that happened when Ms. Miles was communicating with Ms. Lynn Wilson. I can say that having responded to many sunshine requests myself, it depends on what the person is asking for and if they specify exactly what they want, whether it's calendar appointments or this or that. But generally speaking, my colleagues are searching emails and file folders and their calendars, all those kinds of things. Is there more? Is that what you're asking, or?
Yeah, there was a particular search. But you don't know in this case if emails were searched, if calendars were searched. You don't know in this. You didn't ask the people who did the search. Okay.
No.
Okay.
Okay, anything else? Are we ready for rebuttals? Okay. Respondent Start is the first to go for rebuttals. You have 3 minutes. Ms. Summers, please wait for Ms. Leger.
Are you ready, Ms. Summers?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I don't think I'll take the whole 3 minutes, just basically to say that thank you for your questions. Thank you, Ms. Miles, for your interest, and I am happy to go back to this original request, even like maybe even have a phone call with Ms. Miles to make sure that we're on the same page in terms of how she would like the information, what she would like, and to make sure that we document a conclusion to her request so that everyone is satisfied in terms of it being responded to. I always welcome people, once I close out a request, for them to open another one if they have further questions on the topic or want documents, expand their search. So that's all to say that I'm happy to work with the complainant to make sure that they get all the responsive documents that they need. And it's possible that in some cases there may be no responsive documents as well. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Miles, petitioner, you have 3 minutes. Please wait for Ms. Leger.
Thank you.
Ms. Miles, are you ready?
Yes, I am. I'm a little bit hoarse. Excuse me. Can you just wait a moment while I clear my throat? Okay, I can.
You ready to begin?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay, I feel this complaint is very, very cut and dried. I asked for information. I waited a long time. I followed up, and I still don't have that information. I think, first of all, Ms. Summers did say something that I disagree with. She said there was a directive on closure on August 20th, 21, covering dates after that time. That's not part of this request. It may have been part of a latter request. I do have 3 other requests there. I had to go back and forth with 15 people for about 3 weeks just to get the name of the new records custodian. Took every bit of a month or 2 to get that, and I'm not happy with this. We don't have, the public doesn't have anything at all showing why those gates were closed on April 20th, 2020 and remained closed until August 2021. So that's what this is about. Where's the responsibility? Where's the chain of authority? Who made the decision? Where's the record of the decision? It was done by Recreation and Parks. They have jurisdiction over that roadway. So we did play musical chairs with this thing. We asked MTA for the same information, and they said, oh, we don't know. That's in the jurisdiction of the Recreation and Parks Department. So that got nowhere. Recently, of course, they're doing some kind of environmental review. Again, they're refusing to provide it. So at this point, I feel there's a clear violation of the sunshine. I think it also goes to 67.26 in addition to those found by the committee. And I ask that the task force find violation here. Waiting and spending more time trying to get this information.
30 seconds.
Okay. Trying again, reiterating what's been tried, that's been attempted in terms of disclosure since June 2021. Reiterating it and going back and forth again with someone else, I'm not sure that's an acceptable solution. I think a violation should be found because there is a violation. And it's a very publicly interested violation because it's affecting at least 20,000 people every day. Okay, thank you very much. I would appreciate thank you for hearing me.
Okay, members, the item is with you. Chair Yankee.
Thank you. I'm kind of ready to make a motion on this, or at least propose one, unless anyone else wants to go first. I kind of been writing some notes down. We've been going along, so I'll throw out my ideas here, and then if anyone wants to add, subtract, you can go at it. So I'm seeing a violation of 6253B. This would be Government Code 6253B as part of the California Public Records Act for not making public records available promptly. I think there's also a violation of 6253C for not responding within 10 days with the determination of whether disclosable records are in possession of the agency. I think there's also a violation of Admin Code 6721C for not providing assistance to the requester. And no offense to the, I'm so sorry I forgot your name, ma'am, who came to this meeting. But 6721E for not sending a knowledgeable representative to this meeting, because I feel badly that you had to come to this, and it sounds like you were on maternity leave when a lot of these decisions were made, but it sounds like obviously there were a lot of people in Recreation and Park who were around there because they were able to close the highway. So someone who was involved in that could, able to answer our questions and get, Ms. Miles these records would have been, helpful to have that individual available at this meeting. So that's kind of where I'm at. Those are the 4 violations I'm seeing. I don't know if anyone wants to add, subtract, or comment on that.
Are you making a motion, or are you just pointing out items that you are?
I'm just pointing out items, and I'm happy to officially make a motion if no one wants to.
Okay, so we'll continue with member Neighbors.
I was going to say those are the exact items that I had down in my draft motion as well. What I'm curious about, my inclination was the in terms of who would be named in the violation. My assumption is that we would still name Tiffany Lynn Wilson as the original custodian of records, along with Philip Ginsburg as the manager who's ultimately responsible, and the Recreation and Parks Department overall. So if that's on your list as well, then simpatico.
Yep, absolutely great.
Okay. Anyone else? I know that Ms. Miles, in her filing of this complaint with us, had also considered 6729-2-7, 6734, and 6736. So 6729-2 is, so we didn't quite hear any discussion or discovery. Did committee, was that mentioned in committee about access to the internet, or not being able to get access, or being prevented access? I wonder maybe if I could quickly ask Ms. Miles, why did you, we didn't hear it in your testimony, but why did you want to include this section?
Please state the section, and I'll try to answer your question.
67.29-2, and in your complaint, it was failing to provide access to the department webpage.
Okay. I guess in that respect, I was considering that the Recreation Parks web page had nothing, and I may be mistaken in citing that particular section because there was access to their website. It just didn't have any information on it.
Okay, and the next one was
So-
6729-7. Correspondence and records shall be maintained.
Okay, well, what they're saying here is that these records don't exist. And my reason for saying that was a violation was because I believe those records do exist, whether it's top-down command or a lower level of authority that caused the gates to be closed on the Great Highway on April 20th, 2020. So if they're saying that those records don't exist, I think my thinking on it was that if those records do exist and they don't have them, then they either didn't maintain them properly or made them unavailable, one or the other. And as I said, it's not plausible that there are no records at all, that the gates just got shut by someone someday. The gates got closed and locked for more than a year by someone. And that someone, I think, somebody must have made some directive, and the agency is responsible for keeping records like that. Work orders, whatever it was, at the lowest level and at the highest level, they're also required to maintain such records. So where are those records? The closure of this public highway didn't just happen, and that was my thinking. Let's make it short here. I know you guys have a long agenda here tonight, but yeah, that was my thinking in citing to that
Okay.
particular section.
Okay.
And I would also cite to 67.26, I think. That was also in there because I was provided nothing. The material was just not provided. I mean, nothing was provided. And to say it did, the reason, their rationale was it doesn't exist. The gate just got closed somehow. So that's.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I hope I've answered that. It's just,
You did.
Thank you.
Very well. Thank you very much. Okay, so we're not going to consider 725 because that was during the emergency order and it is not applicable. Wasn't active at the time. We have 6726 which is withholding to a minimum. We have 6727 justification for withholding. That's another two that we can consider too. So, is there a motion?
This is Vice Chair Yankee. I understand her reference to those sections, but in this case, I don't believe that they said this record exists, but I'm not giving it to you because, and then cited an inappropriate thing. The records haven't been turned over, right? So I think it still falls under an ongoing timeliness thing. So I'm going to go ahead and make the motion based on what I had discussed before. So I would move to find a violation and name Phil Ginsburg, the Tiffany Lynn Wilson, and the Recreation and Park Department for violating California CPRA Government Code 6253B for not making public records available promptly, Government Code 6253C for not responding within 10 days with the determination of whether disclosable records are in possession of the agency, San Francisco Administrative Code 6721C for not providing assistance to the requester in locating responsive documents, and 6721E for not sending a knowledgeable representative to this hearing.
And I second that. This is Member Padmanabhan.
Yes, Member Padmanabhan. So moved by Vice Chair Yankee, seconded by Member Padmanabhan for finding a violation of against Tiffany Lynn Wilson, Philip Ginsburg, and the Recreation and Parks Department for violations of California Government Code 6753B for lack of responsiveness and timeliness, 6721C, I'm sorry, 6253B and C, sorry. And then the next is 6721C for not providing adequate assistance. 6721E for not sending a knowledgeable representative.
Were we going to do C253C as well? Was that one?
Yes, 6253B and C. B, I think, was for responsiveness. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Records available promptly.
And
Right.
and C is timeliness, right?
Yeah, that's the not responding within 10 days with the determination of whether disclosable records are in possession of the agency. That's under C. That language is directly pretty much from the government code.
Okay. Great. Okay. Anything else, members, before we open up to public comment? Okay. Let's open up public comment. Hand it over to you, Ms. Leger.
Excuse me, do we have public commenters? Anybody? Public commenters? Public commenters on the current motion on the floor?
Last call for public comment. Okay, hearing no public comment is closed. Are we ready for a vote? Hearing no objection, please call the roll.
Vice Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Vice Chair Yankee, aye. Member Padmanabhan?
Aye.
Member Padmanabhan, aye. Member Neighbors?
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Wong?
Aye.
Member Wong, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Chair Wolf, aye. Moved by Member Yankee, seconded by Member Padmanabhan to find a violation of Philip Ginsburg, Tiffany Lynn Wilson, and the Parks and Recreation Department for violating Government Code 6253B for not making records available promptly, Government Code 6253C on a timeliness violation and not responding within 10 days, 6721C for not providing assistance to the requester, and 6721E for not sending a knowledgeable person to the hearing.
Thank you. And it goes without saying all our orders of determination do get reviewed by compliance and amendments. I would urge CAC Chair LaHood to keep her eye on this one.
Will do.
Thank you. Okay, let's call the next item.
Item number 8. Sorry.
Hold on. Thank you for parties for attending and appreciate your patience. Happy New Year. Go ahead. Sorry.
All right. Item number 8, file number 21084, complaint filed by Charles Perkins and the concerned residents of the Sunset against Philip Ginsburg and the Recreation and Parks Department for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6724 by failing to provide public information that must be disclosed. 6725 by failing to respond in a complete and timely manner to an immediate disclosure request. 6727 by failing to provide written justification for withholding. The preamble. On September 14, 2021, the Education Outreach and Training Committee moved to find that the task force's jurisdiction, the records are public, and referred the matter to the task force for hearing. The committee noted the Ethics Commission has previously found violations and referred the matter back to the task force for hearing. The committee found no records that have been disclosed since the Ethics Commission referred the matter back to the task force and suggested consideration of a willful violation, section 67.34 of General Manager Phil Ginsburg, Recreation and Parks Department.
Okay. So this one was a referral to ethics, which they did their diligence. And if you look on page 154 of the packet, you'll see the response from them. And so while they did agree with our findings and our determination, they did not find enough evidence to uphold a willful violation. And so this is just being referred back to us, and we can decide what should we do next.
Chair Wolf?
Yes.
If I recall, this one actually did not originate with us, and members Highlander probably not been, correct me if I'm wrong, because I think we heard this in EOTC. I believe this is one that actually started with ethics. They found a violation at ethics, essentially referred it over to us to follow up to make sure that the records got turned over. We heard it in EOTC to see if anything had been turned over since ethics found the violation, determined that no records were provided since ethics found a violation, and figured, well, at this point, obviously they're not taking the ethics findings seriously. There's not much more we can do. We should send it back to ethics, potentially saying, hey, this might be willful at this point. They're not following the directive that you've made, or the finding that you made, that records should be turned over. So that's kind of where we were. I don't think we actually heard an initial hearing on this one.
Then how did it end up? Okay.
That was my understanding too.
Yeah. Ethics gave it to us for follow-up, kind of as a CAC follow-up compliance to see if they follow, if recreation followed up with the rule.
Okay. So shall we hear it?
Yeah, maybe.
That's where we're at, right? Okay. So are both parties here?
This is Charles Perkins. I'm here.
Okay. And either Mr. Ginsburg or representative from Rec and Park?
Just me tonight, Ashley Summers again.
Okay. All right. Same process. Mr. Perkins, you have 5 minutes for your opening statement. Please wait for Ms. Leger.
Mr. Perkins, are you ready to begin?
Yeah, I'm ready. Thanks.
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. Good evening. Thank you so much for bearing with everybody tonight. I know this is a long hearing. The Great Highway, the Upper Great Highway, is a 2-mile stretch of highway between Lincoln Boulevard and Sloat, or Lincoln Avenue and Sloat Boulevard. It's under the jurisdiction of Recreation and Park. Its sudden closure in early 2020, the early parts of the pandemic, has been massively controversial. It's been subject to articles, news coverage, editorials, lawsuits, public hearings, protests. Grassroots organizations have sprung up, both supporting and the closure and objecting to it. So it has been a very, very big deal. In the face of this, I submitted a incredibly comprehensive public records request seeking a whole bunch of 12 categories of documents, not that many, but basically asking for all information related to the initial decision to close, like the previous matter on tonight's agenda. It later became known that Rec and Park was exploring proposals to keep the thing closed beyond the pandemic. I wanted all information about that. I wanted information about public resources that were being invested in this effort. I wanted information. I mean, it's there. My complaint's there. You can see it for yourself. I won't go on and on. May 23, I've not heard a peep from them. No objections, no requests for more time, nothing. So I follow up, and on May 24, I get a response. Oh, yeah, we'll start floating new stuff on a rolling basis by the end of the week. That doesn't happen. So I bring this matter to the Ethics Commission's attention, which already was looking into something related to this Great Highway closure and Mr. Ginsburg. And they eventually, as you know, send it back to you folks saying, yeah, it looks like there's a violation here. We want you to take over. So then on September 14, there was a hearing before the Education Outreach Committee. And I was there, and Rec and Park was represented. And the folks there, you know, your committee, the Education Committee, said, hey, look, Rec and Park hasn't done anything even after ethics said there's a violation, and they still haven't lifted a finger. This looks like it could be willful. Let's refer it to the full task force for a consideration of willfulness. So, you know, if it's me, if I'm Mr. Ginsburg, and I learn that this matter has now been escalated, I am, you know, that day saying, get Perkins every single document that he's asked for. I mean, I'm starting to take it seriously. But did he do that? No. The next day after that hearing, Ms. Wilson sent me an email and said, I'm going to start getting you stuff on a floating basis. And she sent me a mere pittance of responsive materials that are very incomplete set, a few pages. And what she did produce shows that, you know, it's clear why Rec and Park doesn't want people to see what's going on behind the scenes. They have an agenda, and the documents show, for example, that they're gonna create a message to try to sell the complete closure of the Great Highway. Anyway, they're trying to act without transparency. This led to Supervisors Melgar, Marr, and Chan sending Director or General Manager Ginsburg a letter saying, look, your Great Highway activities have been going forward without any transparency, and that's a public record. It should be part of the record here. It was supposed to be. I sent it to the Ethics Commission. But still, nothing from Park and Rec. So, you know, it's incredibly frustrating that there's clear bad faith here. It's clear that they are intentionally not producing documents. They don't want the curtain to be lifted behind the, what's that?
30 seconds.
Behind the, oh, okay, I'm sorry. So that's kind of where we are, and I'm thinking, like, if there's ever a case for willfulness, this is the one. I can't think of any other, like, fact that would make it any more of an egregious violation than what we have here. And with that, I'll stop.
Okay, thank you. Are there any persons or witnesses to provide any facts or evidence on behalf of the petitioner, the complainant? Okay, hearing none. Ms. Summers, respondent, you have 5 minutes. Please wait for Ms. Leger.
Are you ready to begin, Ms. Summers?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Hello again. Thank you for your time. I have looked through Charles's request and his documentation. I don't have much to add. I think his the timeline that he shares reflects what I'm seeing in the documents. I personally, as the custodian of records, have no intention of hiding any information from members of the public. I will say, just as an aside, in terms of the fact that you have 3 items from our department before you, is a reflection of what I am guessing is likely a personnel and staffing issue. I'm not totally sure. Ms. Miles mentioned that she couldn't get an answer on who the custodian of records was, and that's because we didn't have one for at least several weeks. I don't know when Miss Lynn Wilson left the department, but you know, and that's not an excuse, but it's, you know, I apologize, and I hope that if you do find a violation today or not, either way, if Mr. Perkins wants to work with me on getting the responsive documents for any of the 12 categories he asked for, I'm happy to help with that. I think sometimes some of the things that he might be asking for might require the department to create documentation, and I'm not sure if that's something that we are required to do. But again, I'm happy to work with Mr. Perkins on this request going forward. If you have any questions for me, please let me know. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any persons or witnesses to provide any facts or evidence on behalf of the respondent? Okay, hearing none. Members? Member Highland. You're on mute. Member Highland? No. Member Schmidt?
Yes. Question for the respondent. Are you responsible for responding at this time to all public records requests that go to Rec and Park?
Yep, that's me, and I've been responsive in the 3 weeks that I've had this role.
So you've been in for 3 weeks.
Yes.
Have you done anything in those 3 weeks to respond to Mr. Perkins's request?
I don't know if he has any other outstanding ones. I actually have my thing open right now. I don't think he does.
But this one's still outstanding, is it not?
No. Once I
It's
saw
not?
that, once I saw that these items were before the task force, I didn't then take action on them. But this was the first I believe, unless Miss Lynn Wilson probably emailed me at some point to ask me if I had any records responsive to Mr. Perkins' request, which I may or may not have provided to her. I don't remember, but for this request as the custodian of records, no, I have not provided Mr. Perkins anything.
Okay. And a question to Mr. Perkins. If I could just get somewhat, let's say, I guess asking for somewhat of an opinion on this, but at what point in time would you say you believe that this turned into a willful violation? You said that you think that when Mr. Ginsburg would have found out that the Ethics Commission had found that there was a problem in this response, that at that point, there is some type of, I guess, knowledge out there that you would think he'd have, and the fact that he still didn't do anything, is that the point in time, or is there some other point in time where you think this turned into something more than just a standard violation?
I mean, personally, I think I won't get into my conspiracy theory. So I think there's willfulness just out of the gate, an attempt to not produce documents. There was a joint hearing before Rec and Park commissioners and the SFMTA board that happened in early June, and I don't think he wanted any of the sort of smoking gun sort of stuff of what was going behind the scenes revealed prior to that meeting. But putting that aside, there's no question that when ethics sent the matter to the task force with the finding that there was a violation of the Sunshine Ordinance requirements, that should have lit a fire under Mr. Ginsburg's feet. No question about it. And the Education Committee took note of that and and found that significant in suggesting a willfulness finding. They said, look, it's now been 3 months or whatever the time lag was at the time between ethics referring it to us and this hearing, this education committee hearing. Have you done anything, Rec and Park? No, we haven't. Well, that sure sounds willful to me. So, but then, the cherry on the top is after your committee, the education committee, refers it to the full task force with a recommendation or suggestion that a finding of willfulness be considered. At that point, anybody who really cares about their public records responsibilities is going to rally the troops and say, hey, Ms. Wilson or Ms. Summers or everybody else in this department, we need to act on this now. We need to put this to bed and comply. Did that happen? No. So I think when you look at those two facts alone, the willfulness conclusion is unavoidable.
So you think that willfulness, even, well, I don't know how often ethics ever thinks anything's willful, but willfulness may not have existed when they saw it, but it certainly exists now after all those events that you described. Is that sort of fair to say?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And this failure to respond to the records was not the main thing that was before the Ethics Commission. It was an add-on to another complaint.
Yeah.
And so, they looked at it and they did their thing with the primary complaint, and they said, but this public records thing, this looks like there's a violation here, but we don't have enough to find willfulness. They hadn't really dug deeply into that part of it. So they got it off their plate and sent it over to you folks. But then absolutely, when ethics says this looks like a violation or this is a violation of the Sunshine Ordinance, and Mr. Ginsburg still doesn't act, that right there has to be willfulness. I say, like, what more egregious facts could we have? And if this is not a willful case, a case of willfulness, then I don't know what would be. And then again, I'm repeating myself here, but after the committee referred it for willfulness, at that point, for Mr. Ginsburg not to personally make sure that this public records request gets resolved immediately is inexcusable.
Got it. Thank you. I appreciate. Thank you for your answer. No more questions at this time.
Anybody else? So I have a few questions. Mr. Perkins. Oh, let me ask. Hold on. Ms. Leger.
Yes.
If you can look on page 166. I'd like to first ask, did you receive this document with the redaction?
I have to look at what you're talking about.
Page 166, P166.
I didn't redact anything, if that's what you're asking.
I'm just asking if you received it that way.
Yeah, it probably did. I mean, I enclose records in a file as I have received them.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Perkins, on page P166, yes. This is the section of records where you provided us with. This document has been redacted. Did you redact it?
No, I believe either you folks or the Ethics Commission did. I don't know who. But I think that material went towards the other angle of the ethics complaint that was before them, which somebody may have decided is not appropriate for this public hearing. I think ethics complaints are typically confidential. I'm not sure exactly what the rules of confidence, but I did not redact it, and either the Ethics Commission did or the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force did before they put it in the public record here. I'm not sure which.
Okay, because yes, Mr. Leger, yes, go ahead.
I did not redact anything. I did
Did
not.
anybody?
I do not change records as they come in.
Did
And
anybody else
give
have
you the
access?
full
Hold on.
unredacted.
What? Wait a minute. I'm running the meeting. Hold on. Did anybody else have access to these records as they were being received in our office?
The only other person who would have access to Sunshine, I mean, anybody in the office can look at Sunshine records, but my colleague, Administrator Young, is the other person who has access to Sunshine records, although it's me that receives them. He can go into the file and take a look.
I understand that, but you both work together on these, so I'm wondering if he may have felt that certain parts of this were inappropriate. I'm just trying to find out
This is
the
Victor.
origin. Oh, hey, Victor.
I can assure you that I have not done any redactions to any files.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
I think Mr. Perkins may have received it redacted and give it to us redacted. Is that? I think that's what I see.
Let me finish my line because I'm going somewhere with this. This document is from, I believe, is from Mr. Perkins. His name is at the bottom of it. He wrote it originally. So if he wrote it originally and submitted it as part of his packet of records, I would have expected to see something unredacted. Now, for the respondent's side, or from the communications from the Ethics Commission, they may have redacted it for their own purposes. But I find it a little interesting that we're receiving a redacted, and that's why I want to start with our office, because if not, we've got a redacted document with no key as to why it's been redacted. And if this was received unredacted, and then somebody in government had redacted it, we've got an issue there. So, okay, thank you, Ms. Leger. Thank you, Mr. Young. Appreciate it. Mr. Perkins, do you know why you submitted this document redacted and not the unredacted version?
So I did not submit anything directly to you folks until earlier this week when I emailed in an updated timeline and some information about the documents that were produced, the meager documents that were produced. My understanding is that when the Ethics Commission said, hey, Sunshine Task Force, we want you to take over this complaint, that they sent you whatever materials they had. And they must, if you folks didn't redact it, it must have been the ethics folks who redacted it.
Okay.
But I never separately sent you folks any records. But I have there's nothing really inflammatory in here, I can send you the unredacted version. I'm more than happy to do that. I don't know why it's redacted, other than perhaps a conclusion that it's not really relevant, although I don't know that I completely agree with that.
I'm only asking because when we see redactions at this level, this is half the document is redacted. And if you didn't redact it, and you may say, well, there was, pertinent information there that's applicable to my case in some way, shape, or form. I didn't redact it. Why is it in our record? It raises flags for us. Redactions are a big thing.
No, I hear you.
For us. So can you point? Do you have our agenda in front of you and the packet? I would just want you to point out to us which records you did submit. And is it the one that has all the categories in it? Category 1, category 2, is that yours?
No, I submitted nothing that's in this packet. On Monday, on the 23rd, December 23rd, in the 4 o'clock hour, I got notice of this hearing. And I was on vacation down in Southern California with family, where all my family is for the holidays and whatnot. And I came back into town, and on Sunday, I prepared kind of an update of where things stand on this matter. And I emailed that to you folks Sunday night, I believe. And then your clerk emailed me back Monday morning and said, this is late. I don't know if the commission's going to look at what you just sent. And I said, well, I think the timing of how everything went down is self-evident, but please let them know that I was on vacation and I just got back, and as soon as humanly possible, I sent this in. But that's the only thing that's the only documentation I've directly sent to your task force is what I sent on Sunday evening of this past week, has kind of an updated timeline and a little recap of the documents that were produced the day after the committee hearing.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Leger, in the section under complainant petitioner's document submission, starting on page 163, which documents did you receive from Mr. Perkins?
Now I'm looking at these same records with Mr. Perkins' name on it, and I think that's why I believed they should be under the petitioner's section of the packet.
But did you receive it from Mr. Perkins?
Let me see.
Because I'm looking at the email that I received from the Ethics Commission back in July. And it's that whole record. So this is really the Ethics Commission's communication, not Mr. Perkins. I think that's what's going on here. All right. Did Mr. Perkins did send in a document? You told him that it was after the deadline. Did it get included or not?
No, it did not get included. That was on Monday that I got it.
Okay.
And
so members. Okay, go ahead.
The agenda packet had already been posted.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so members, disregard page 163, that cover sheet. It should probably say something like Ethics Commission communication. Because Mr. Perkins submitted no documents that would have been included in the record here. Okay. So, okay, now we got that kind of cleared up. So, Mr. Perkins, when you the Ethics Commission, they wrote us their note. Did they actually have a hearing that you attended?
No, there was no hearing. I got a notice from the investigator, Eamon, I think Wilson was his last name.
Yeah.
And I actually had a conversation. He said, "Hey, we're gonna close your file on the first part of your complaint, and give me a call, and I can tell you our thinking on that. But we think there's a violation of the Public Records Act, and so we're going to send that over to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force for further handling of that part of your complaint."
Okay.
And then I never heard anything from anybody, and so then I followed up with the investigator at one point. I think I saw this email down towards the bottom of the packet, And I said, hey, I haven't heard anything from anybody. You said you sent this to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, and then he replied back, said, yeah, we sent it all to them, and we sent them basically the paper trail. So my understanding was you had the complaint, my complaint on this matter, and the paper trail, and there was nothing more I needed to do at that point.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So members, just another clarification. The communication from Mr. Eamon Wilson is just one line. The Ethics Commission investigators found that the RPD appears to have failed. There's no other documentation that of that at all, except to say that their documents are held in confidence. So, when they're speaking on behalf of the commission, I kind of would have thought that they would have made some sort of public statement about that. Doesn't seem to be the case. It seems that the investigation unit, it was acting on behalf of the commission in invoking that. So that's a little concerning for me. And the second part is there was a finding that they made to Mr. Perkins, and it's on page, where is it? 180 something, I think. And it doesn't talk about anything about the records being withheld. It only is reflecting discussions of page 192. It's a July 8th response from the Director of Enforcement, Jeffrey Pierce, who's not there anymore. But there's no discussion in here. This is the response from the Ethics Commission, so it's a little unusual. It feels a little haphazard to me. Nonetheless, it's in front of us, and we have these issues with regard, and I guess a positive finding from the Ethics Commission in some way, shape, or form that Rec and Park appears to have failed to timely or completely respond to the records, whether it's an IDR or otherwise. So I'll stop there. I hope that was helpful. Okay, so Mr. Perkins, just to qualify it, you've not received, or tell us what you have received.
I received a package of, to Ms. Summers' credit, it looks like she must have given documents in her possession to her predecessor, Ms. Wilson, because I received a package of documents that that looked like they were probably, from Ms. Summers' files. And these largely involved planning this what became a June 10, 2021 joint hearing between SFMTA board and the Rec and Park commissioners. I mean, a bunch of emails back and forth about scheduling and whatnot. And then there were also some emails about the creation of this website that Park and Rec, or Rec and Park, created, sort of promoting the idea of a permanently closed Great Highway. And, here, and this is what I sent in Sunday night, it's clear from the get-go that they were trying to operate in secret and trying to sort of push their agenda rather than kind of giving an unbiased sort of presentation. There are things like there's a woman named Madison Sink who sent an email to a guy named Taylor Emerson and said, look, in this website, I know you want me to to call it the Great Walkway everywhere throughout instead of calling it the Great Highway, but that's going to be sort of unwieldy based on various things. There's a couple emails where they're talking about don't use the word traffic when talking about cars. I mean, so it's a messaging website to promote, you know, one side of this incredibly controversial issue. And so I got some documents showing that, not far from a complete universe of documents related to the creation of this website, which I asked for. Nothing about the idea, the concept, the directives of who was going to do it, you know, meeting notes, memos on let's do this website, but just a few random emails. Again, I think this is probably a function of Ms. Summers having produced, because she's on most of these emails. So I got that, meeting scheduling, and then there's a little bit on counting pedestrians on the Great Highway and usage, and how to you know, I guess they've set up these counters that sort of record foot traffic and bike traffic, and so there were some email exchanges about how to, you know, best use the data to try to kind of maximize usage looks, and similarly, there was one email about traffic collisions since the Great Highway has been closed, because this is one of the big things people are saying is with 20,000 drivers every day not being able to use this incredibly safe highway, the streets of San Francisco have become far more dangerous.
Yeah.
You know, I got one email exchange where they're talking about how to juice the numbers to make it look good, and but just a mere pittance of the universe of responsive documents.
Thank you. Do you have a list? I mean, I guess the question is determining what it is that you asked for. I mean, in the document that we received, let's see, starting on page 169, that runs to page 170, 180, 185. Hold on, sorry, it's my timer. Stop. Okay, there you go. So it's hard to tell exactly what records you were asking for.
Yeah, well, I mean, category 1 is similar to the last agenda item, except it's way more expansive. I asked for basically every writing related to that initial decision to close the highway, not just the formal directive closing it, but, you know, certainly there were discussions and emails and reports and whatnot, but I got 0 related to category number 1. Related to category number 2, the current efforts to keep the thing closed and not reopen it to automobile traffic. I mentioned the joint the joint hearing that took place on June 10, and at that hearing, Rec and Park advanced a proposal that to keep the highway closed for 2 years as a, quote, pilot project. That was what this hearing was all about, to try to get buy-off on that idea. And I did get some planning documents related to that hearing, and scheduling documents, I should say, but no memos about the pilot project itself. Who conceived it? What was the direction? Who was tasked with and what was the task given to them? Essentially, nothing like that. It was mostly just about selling the pilot project to this joint hearing. But that 2-year pilot project's only one angle to
Okay, so which records are you still needing or haven't gotten?
I haven't gotten complete records to any of the categories, communications with the public. They sent me a few text or emails that they got from members of the public complaining about the closure or supporting it. But, I know personally there's 100 times more out there than what they gave me. Public safety considerations, there was a presentation where they went through and talked about how closing the Great Highway makes the streets safer, how it's good for climate change, et cetera, et cetera. And I said, okay, show me all the documents that support your conclusion, your presentation that the streets are safer. Show me all the that's number 4, I think. Show me all the documents that this is good for climate change. Nothing.
Okay.
And this virtual open house, basically nothing. I basically haven't gotten anything. Use of resources in connection with promoting this agenda, nothing. I even asked for kind of what their document retention policies were going to be, and any notices they sent out to staff after receiving this request about what to gather, or not making sure they retain documents. Nothing. Let's see. Collaboration with community members. Other people I know have learned through other avenues that Park and Rec has been collaborating with interest groups, and we want to know who those interest groups are and what they're talking about, and what their joint strategy is. Nothing.
So you haven't received virtually any responsive documents that lead to anything at this point?
That is 95% true. Like I said, Ms. Wilson produced a small pittance the day after, and the 2 days after the referral for a finding consideration of a willfulness finding. But then it was just radio silence after that.
Okay, what records do you still want?
I still want everything responsive to all of these categories that they
thank
have.
you.
And I think now, if they had responded in April 2021, that would have been a far smaller volume of materials. But now, almost a year later, I want everything through today.
Okay, let us move our process ahead here. Okay, members, do you have anything else? No. Are you ready for rebuttals? Okay. Let's have Ms. Summers first. You have 3 minutes on rebuttal.
Ms. Summers, are you ready to begin?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. I will try to make this fairly quick. I would say that I disagree in terms of any sort of willful withholding. Currently, I'm the one who is in charge of the records. I am happy to produce anything that is responsive to Mr. Perkins' request. As he mentioned, and as I now am recalling too, Ms. Lynn Wilson did send me his request as somebody who may have responsive records, and obviously I produced them. So clearly you're working with someone who is happy to produce records. I was in charge of that hearing as well, and so that everyone that's on this call still is aware, that was an information-only hearing. There was no action taken. And since that time, there has been no action by the commission that I've been involved in. So if I can work with Mr. Perkins going forward to possibly narrow some of these things down a little bit, or try to work with him to make sure, if he's literally looking for every last scrap of information, it may take me a while to figure that out with colleagues, but I'm happy to do it. I don't really know what else there is to say, except that Again, I'm not withholding anything from him at this point, and I'd be happy with him going forward.
Does that conclude your statement?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Perkins, you have 3 minutes. Please wait for Ms. Leger.
Mr. Perkins, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, thank you. After the committee referred this for consideration of a willful finding, if that doesn't light a fire under Mr. Ginsburg, then I don't know what else could. The Park and Rec has not complied with their obligations here. Far from it. I said this at the committee hearing. I work for an 800+ employee government entity, and we get hammered with public records requests all the time. And we have, a whole dedicated unit to public records, and we're, trying to get more money from the legislature to hire more people to deal with public records. We take it seriously. We don't just show people the hand and ignore them and try to avoid production. It's a fact of life of doing government business today. The goal is that the days of back alley or back room cigar smoked rooms carrying out the people's business are over, and it's absolutely clear that Rec and Park has not got that message. Mr. Ginsburg has not got that message, and I think that it's important for this committee to send a message to show what the expectations are for the people who are supposed to be public servants in this town. We don't have that. We continue to have Rec and Park try to operate in secrecy and avoid scrutiny of its actions, and that's just unacceptable. And I think a finding of willfulness and an order that Rec and Park comply completely with all 12 categories of my request issue promptly. Thank you.
Okay, members. Debate, deliberation, and a motion. Vice Chair Yankee.
Sure. Thank you. I'll go ahead and kick off the discussion. I kind of, share a lot of the concerns as Mr. Perkins here. The way I'm seeing this is there was obviously an investigation done by the Ethics Commission. I agree absolutely with Chair Wolf. It would have been nice to have gotten a little more of a complete or succinct packet from Ethics, but nonetheless, it seems they did find violations there, right? And so that I believe was in July, and then we had our EOTC hearing in September, so that was 2-ish, if not more, months later. And from being at that hearing, I recall that there were absolutely at that time 0 records produced. There may have been, it sounds like a small number since then, but still not a complete group of records. So I really do have serious concerns that it seems that someone or a group of people, Mr. Ginsburg, I don't know who exactly, but that it does concern me that Park and Rec didn't take the investigative findings of the Ethics Commission seriously, and then came and unfortunately, would have been nice for us to facilitated, records being turned over to Mr. Perkins, but now this has gone through our process, and here he still is without his full records. And so I don't see it much except a willful violation. I mean, how many times do we have to tell Park and Rec and Mr. Ginsburg, you got to turn these records over, right? The Ethics Commission did it. We talked about it in our EOTC hearing. Here we are again, and it seems like there's just little to no effort in turning these records over. I think it'd be, it sounds like there's some type of investigative file that's already exists at Ethics, so this should be fairly easy for them to adjudicate at their end. I think sending it back to them, saying, hey, months have gone by and Mr. Perkins still doesn't have what he needs. You need to take a look at this as a willful violation. You told him that there were violations. You told us that there were violations months ago, and little or nothing's been done. So That's kind of where I'm at on this one.
I'd go along with the willful violation vote on this one with the director of the department.
Hold on, we have member neighbors. Go ahead.
Just a second, Bruce. My roommate is locked outside. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Do I need to wait for her?
Yes. The joys of working remotely.
Apologies, folks.
Okay, member neighbors, go ahead.
I'm ready to make a motion. I'm in agreement with member Schmidt and member Yankee, and I'd like to move to find Philip Ginsburg in the Recreation and Parks Department in willful violation of Administrative Code 6734 for failure to discharge duties as mandated by the Sunshine Ordinance.
For a second.
This is Vice Chair Yankee. I will second that.
Discussion, deliberation. Okay, that yeah, I have to agree with that. I'm a little confused by the process that the Ethics Commission took, and I'm a little more confused by this page 192, because that was the communication back to Mr. Perkins of their findings. And then when they sent it over to us, it was somebody else who sent it to me directly. That's where it said that there was possibly, or potentially, that they find that there was some violation of unresponsiveness. So I just find the disconnects here a little interesting. But also you realize that 6734, this goes back to ethics. And we're going to end up with this ping pong. So we have to be prepared to be able to argue our case to them. And we're going to have to probably do it in person. Member LaHood.
Yeah, so I have a question here. I know ethics referred this to us, but doesn't the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force need to find Sunshine Ordinance violations, in which case I think we're missing a couple of steps? Don't we need to find, yes, I understand the argument regarding willful violation, but it seems like there are other things going on. I mean, this case mirrors the one we just heard, and, everything that Vice Chair Yankee said for that one, which I think we had 6721C and 6721E, and then the California Public Records Act violations. Why wouldn't we find those same ones in addition to, if we think willful violation also belongs here? But if we don't find those other ones, it seems like, we're throwing this big one on top when we haven't established the foundation for why this is problematic.
Sounds like it's leading to a motion to amend.
Or Vice Chair Yankee could take my words and run with them.
Okay, yes, I think that's a great point. And I think there's somewhere that allows someone to either file a complaint with us or the Ethics Commission as their starting place. I think typically we'll see a lot of them with us, but I think they have that option of also going to ethics directly. And I'm trying to find exactly where that is, because I think that's a good point.
It's actually in the Ethics Commission code.
Okay.
It was something that was worked out. It was a negotiated agreement between the task force and the Ethics Commission that got concluded in 2012. And so basically, and Member LaHood may remember, we had a meeting over at Ethics where they explained to us the two-prong approach. And if we send a just 6734 willful failure, it goes through their investigation department, and then they tear it apart and then make the determination and then give it to the Ethics Commission for final approval. if somebody submits a complaint to ethics for just plain violation of the Sunshine Ordinance, they may take it on themselves, but it goes straight to the Ethics Commission. It does not go through their investigative unit, or they can refer it to us directly and not adjudicate it at all. So that's kind of what it kind of seems what's happening here is that Mr. Perkins had submitted a claim for willful failure to the Ethics Commission that Mr. Ginsburg is possibly, not it's not complying with the ordinance. That was his allegation. The Ethics Commission did not agree with him, but they did agree that for everything that he was stating that Mr. Ginsburg failed on was actually true to fact. So I think you're correct in picking that up, Member LaHood, making sure we have some context for this. And Member Schmidt, go ahead. You're on mute.
Thanks. I would definitely go with Member LaHood's suggestion that we take the same motion, but we put in other parts. I think that our own 6734 ruling stands on its own. And yet, who knows what the Ethics Commission would do with it. But if we beef it up a little bit, put these other things in, it makes them take a little more seriously. That's my thought on it. There we go. So put a few things in there.
I understand, but the ordinance is pretty clear on the activation of 6734. It's just one sentence. The last sentence, complaints involving allegations of willful violations of this ordinance, the Brown Act, or the Public Records Act by elected officials or department heads of the city and county of San Francisco shall be handled by the Ethics Commission. So if we find and make an allegation of willful failure under 6734, it automatically has to get referred to the Ethics Commission. But again, if we're going to do this, then we have to be prepared to make our case. Member Neighbors, go ahead.
And that was my thinking in just focusing on the willful violation. Because I think if we were hearing the case, if we decided we were hearing the case, we also probably want to give, the complainant the opportunity to put his own packet materials together and to state his case more fully, and then we could give the most authentic and to the letter of the law motion for that or finding for that. But at this point, it seems like, and I think even Ms. Summers said this earlier, when we look at the cases that are before us tonight and the theme that is before us tonight with the Recreation and Parks Department, what we're seeing is a theme of willful violation on the part of the person managing those resources. And I'm interested in sending a strong message, and I guess I assume that sending it straight to ethics would be the strongest way to do that. But as always, I'm happy to go with what other folks think as well.
Member Vice Chair Yankee, go ahead.
I'm kind of along the same thinking here as Member Neighbors. I don't think we received a complete packet. I mean, obviously there's redactions in the packet that we have, right? I don't see anything from the respondent. Stuff from the complainant never made it in there. But I think the key section is that the Ethics Commission already made a finding. I don't think it's necessarily necessary to reinvestigate or re-adjudicate this matter, since the Ethics Commission in their own communication to us it's already made a finding, right? I think all we need to do is say they made a finding. We did our due diligence to see if records had been produced since the time of that finding. They haven't. We're kicking it back to you now, saying that your findings weren't followed up on. So maybe in the motion we can include maybe that statement from ethics, but I'm not necessarily sure it's beneficial, or we're even in the appropriate position to re-adjudicate this all the way from the beginning and make a new set of findings, since it already seems to exist at the Ethics Commission, and that's where this is going to go back to anyways. I think all we need to do is communicate to them that nothing was done since they made their findings. No additional efforts were made to comply with the Public Records Act and the Sunshine Ordinance, and now they should take a look at it for willful violations, since it seems like their initial findings are ignored.
So let me just want to make this clean, okay, and make sure that it goes the way we intend it to go. They did not provide us on their letterhead this finding. It quote unquote, Ethics Commission investigators found that the Rec and Park Department appears to have failed to timely or completely respond to the complainant's records request, but did not identify credible evidence of willful violation by Ginsburg. That is not a finding by the Ethics Commission. That is a finding by the Ethics Commission investigators. So I think we need to follow the same path as what Member LaHood was going down, because it gives context to then because the ethics commissioners have never seen this. So if you just send back 6734, they're going to say, well, what for? What did he do? Well, your investigators found that he appeared to have failed to timely or completely respond. Well, that's not a finding. It's not a determination. It's not official. The investigators can't make official findings. They can only make a discovery to provide the commissioners to make an official finding. So I think we're getting it puts the cart before the horse a little bit. Go ahead, Member Schmidt.
And yet everything, all of that I agree with. And in my mind, I didn't sit here today thinking, boy, the Ethics Commission, they really, thank you for deciding that. So now we can just work off of what you did. In my mind, I looked at the facts here, and it's a willful violation to me. And that was a decision made here, as opposed to sort of piggybacking on what they said in a one-sentence memo to us, their investigators. That's great, but we did it here, and I think that's significant too. So I don't think just saying, well, we just take what they do and work off of that, that's all we did here. I don't want it to look that way. So I guess I lean a little more toward having some of the specifics of what we find here. Just huge chunks of, it looks like massive amounts of documents that they just never give this guy. And he's still waiting 8 months later. That's what happened.
Okay, Member Neighbors.
I didn't mean to have my hand up, but I will, since you called on me. I'm happy to rescind my motion so that we can recraft a new one if you'd like.
Vice Chair Yankee?
No, that's fine with me.
Okay, so you're just withdrawing the motion for the moment. Okay, so starting again, Member LaHood, you want to start that ball rolling if you want?
Sure, I will motion to find violation for 6721C, or excuse me, 6721C for failing to assist the petitioner in their search for documents, 6721E for failing to respond in a timely and complete manner, and then I guess because I'm copying the previous motion, California Public Records Act 6253B and 6253C. The question is, are we now saying that on top of that we also want to add 6721 34 for willful violation. Do we want to package this all together? Okay. It is a 5 violation package.
Okay. Just to be clear, 60 government code, California government code 6253B and C covers responsiveness and timeliness. 6721C is lacking assistance or providing assistance, lacking or not providing assistance. 6721E is not sending a knowledgeable representative. I don't know whether that you want to.
No, I was timely and complete. Forgive me, I got the wrong.
Okay, so 21E, yes or no?
I guess no.
Okay, and then 6734 for willful failure.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So you are moving that?
That is my motion.
Is there a second?
This is Member Stein. I'll second it.
So moved by by Member LaHood, second by Member Stein to find Phil Ginsburg and the Recreation and Parks Department, or just Phil Ginsburg?
Let's do both, because
Okay.
Yeah.
To find in violation of California Government Code 6253B and C for a lack of responsiveness and timeliness in disclosing public records. 62 San Francisco Administrative Code 67.21C for not providing assistance to find the records, and 67.34 willful violation against the department head of the Rec and Park Department named Philip Ginsburg. This will automatically be referred to the Ethics Commission under our agreed process with them. And anything further before we open up to public comment? No. Okay, let's open up public comment. I pass the baton to Ms. Leger.
Patrick Manette-Shaw.
Anonymous number 3.
Do we have other public commenters? Okay.
So we'll close public comment after anonymous number 3.
What about Patrick?
I got you.
Oh,
yeah, you're
good.
first. You're first, and then anonymous number 3, and then we'll close public comment.
Mr. Manette-Shaw, are you ready to begin?
Yes, let me try to slog through this quickly.
Go ahead.
Back in 2009, I had been an employee at Laguna Honda Hospital writing articles about the massive cost overruns of the Laguna Honda Hospital rebuild. DPH wound up eliminating my job classification code to get rid of me. And because of bumping rights, I wound up working for Phil Ginsburg at Rec and Park under Rhoda Parhams in the Capital Planning Division. She didn't like that I bumped her secretary. She refused to pass me on probation, saying I didn't have sufficient secretarial skills, which was ridiculous because I had at that point been a secretary for 40 years, working for Deloitte & Touche in Atlanta, the University of Illinois at Chicago, blah, blah, blah. When she fired me and I wound up on unemployment, I lost 20 grand in salary that year. I've seen Ginsburg at City Hall several times saying, Phil, when are you going to pay me back my lost 20 grand? I want you folks to throw the books at Ginsburg, not because of me, but because Mr. Perkins is absolutely correct. You need to kick this back to ethics. Given the preponderance of evidence you've just heard tonight, and you also need to refer it to the Board of Supervisors, whether that's kind of in addition to sending it back to ethics, but Ginsburg used to swear at his employees, including me, during his department-wide meetings. The man, as a lawyer, formerly in charge of the city's Department of Human Resources, is knowledgeable about the law. He knows what's required of him as a city department head. He knows
20 seconds.
He knows damn well that his subordinates have blocked Mr. Perkins' records requests. Ethics and the Board of Supervisors need to nail Phil Ginsburg once and for all. Thank you.
Anonymous number 3, are you ready to begin?
I am.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. This is Anonymous number 3. Obviously, I support the motion. I would suggest a few more things because they're all within your power. I would suggest that in addition to all of this, you order the disclosure of the records within 5 days because there's no reason not to do that. That's your power under 6721E. And to authorize the chair to further make a referral to the Ethics Commission for Enforcement under 67.30, which is your other authority. And so that is kind of covering all your bases. If the Ethics Commission still doesn't want to find willful violation, you have another tool in your tool belt where, since they have not fully complied with the request, under 67.30C, I would suggest you add that because Phil Ginsburg has violated the Sunshine Ordinance, you request Ethics Commission to enforce your order for disclosure under 67.30C. And also, I think you've done this in one of my cases before, make your motion say that you authorize the chair to further refer the matter to the district attorney if all records are not produced within 5 days. That's
absolutely. Go Anonymous number 3.
Let's have order here, please. Thank you.
That's your power under 6721E as well. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry for speaking out of turn, Chair Wolf.
Okay, just do it again. Okay, members, are we ready for a vote? No consideration for the.
Do you want to consider these additional items?
It's up to you. Your motion. I mean, it goes without saying, I think with regards to our complaint procedure, it's pretty much automatic that, that our order of determination, it's more or less includes, the 5-day response. But I think it was Mr. Hillier had mentioned under 6721E that that it's somewhat immediate. Yeah, so upon determination that the record is public, the task force shall immediately order the custodian of the public record to comply with the person's request. If the custodian refuses or fails to comply with any such order within 5 days, the Sunshine Task Force shall notify the district attorney or attorney general, who may take whatever measures he or she deems necessary to ensure compliance with the provisions of this ordinance.
Member Highland.
Vice Chair Yankee. Hold on, Vice Chair Yankee had his hand up first. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say that I think those were all great suggestions of other various places we could send it. My concern would be putting them all in at once, and I wouldn't want one of those entities to think the other one's doing it. If we include the DA and the board might say, well, I thought ethics was doing it. The DA might say, I thought ethics might say, I thought the DA. So maybe we keep this on our radar and we have close communications with ethics. And if it doesn't seem that they're going to take action, maybe we take this back up again and make another referral. But my concern about making all the referrals at once would be, it doesn't really, one person could always pass the blame to another person and not hold one entity's feet to the fire on it. But that's just a procedural thought.
Okay, Member Highland.
I found
I think
the suggestion of 6730 persuasive as well.
Sorry.
Say that again,
Yeah.
Member Highland.
Yeah, I thought the suggestion of adding 6730 was persuasive. In my memory, when we have done 6734s, we've never added that. That seems like a logical step.
I think, oh, go ahead, Member Schmidt, go ahead.
Yeah, just I do like the idea of putting the order, that mandatory order about the documents had to be delivered right away, partly because then when ethics looks at it another 6 months down the road and Rec and Park still hasn't done anything, that looks even worse. So then if we have it in our order, it's a little more buttressed for them.
Yeah, I just want to recognize that Miss Summers is still here, and I'm sure that she's trying or going to be as conscientious as possible to get some records out, as she's noted.
Correct. Thank you.
But I agree. I think adding in 6721E that that the task force orders the immediate disclosure of compliance with the person's request under 6721E. I think that's in order. I mean, there's a fairly extensive ask, including the last one.
So are we considering 6721C as in cat and E as in Edward?
C, yes, C is already on the table. C is already on the table.
Yeah, that I.
Yeah, the question here is do we want to add the order, just the natural, we order you to immediately disclose these documents under our authority. This is one of the few direct enforcement authorities that we have, if at all, in the entire ordinance. I hear silence, but we have another hearing. So we want to move on, include it, not include it.
No, let's add 6721E and order disclosure of records within 5 days.
Okay. No, it's immediate disclosure, and if they don't within 5 days.
Yes.
Or after 5 days. Right. Okay.
For violation of 6721E?
Yes.
Right. And does the Member Stein, do you accept
Yeah,
that?
I will support that. I will second that.
Okay.
Just put this, Vice Chair. I don't think you're actually saying they violated 6721E.
No.
I think you're saying that we're ordering them under 6721. They're violating it. I want to make sure that's correct.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, great. So we have a motion on the floor Moved by member LaHood, second by member Stein. I'll repeat it. It's California Government Code Section 6253B and C for lack of responsiveness and timeliness to disclose public records. 6721C, the San Francisco Administrative Code, for not providing assistance to the requester to find those documents. And 6734 against Mr. Ginsburg for willful violation. And the with that approval of this order, the task force orders Mr. Ginsburg and the Rec and Park Department to immediately comply with the requester's request under our authority under 6721E. Okay, public comment.
I'm Patrick, please.
Anonymous number 3.
Anybody else for public comment? Okay, we will have Patrick and then anonymous number 3, and then public comment will be closed.
Hello.
Just a moment.
I just wanted to make sure my phone didn't go dead after all these hours.
Patrick, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am. Before my phone goes dead.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm fully supportive of adding 67, what is it, 21E, to order them to produce the records in 5 days. I know this is unrelated to the current complaint under consideration right now, but please make sure you add that same provision, 6721E, to the order of determination when you issue my determination of complaint 21054, so that I have that 5-day arrow in my quiver. Thank you. And like I said, throw the book at Ginsburg. Thank you.
Anonymous, are you ready?
I am.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I do understand, this is anonymous number 3, I do understand, and I agree with what member Yankee, or Vice Chair Yankee is saying about extended to 3 people, no one's responsible. But my suggestion for 67.30C is not, and I didn't make this clear, about the Board of Supervisors or the DA. It's about using 2 prongs, 2 parts of your authority to send it to the Ethics Commission. And the reason I'm suggesting this is I'm pretty sure that the Ethics Commission will just never find anyone in willful violation of the Sunshine Ordinance. And you would then lose the ability for the Ethics Commission to use its other authority that under 67.30C that you can refer to them to enforce your order. And so that's why I'm suggesting that you're referring it to the Ethics Commission for a willful violation, and also for under 6734, and also under 67.30C, which is the I think it's the second to last sentence, which is you have now found that you have, quote, concluded that a person has violated the ordinance. And under that, you can refer to the Ethics Commission for enforcement. And that other enforcement power the Ethics Commission has is under 67.35D. And I've discussed this with them myself, which is if after 40 days of notice they haven't complied, as in the agency hasn't complied, the Ethics Commission can take action itself. And it's been long after 40 days since this complaint was first filed. So that's why I would suggest you add that you are also referring it to the Ethics Commission under 67.30C to enforce your order to comply with the request. Thank you very much.
Okay, public comment is closed. Member Schmidt, did you have your hand up? No? Okay. Okay, last call, folks. Ready for a vote? Okay, no objection. Please call a roll.
Member LaHood?
Aye.
LaHood, aye. Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Neighbors?
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Wong?
Aye.
Member Wong, aye. Member Padmanabhan?
Aye.
Member Padmanabhan, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Vice Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Vice Chair Yankee, aye. Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Chair Wolf, aye. Moved by Member LaHood, seconded by Member Stein to find that Phil Ginsburg and the Recreation and Parks Department in violation of 6721C for failing to assist the petitioner in responding in a timely, complete manner. 6721E to order disclosure of records. California Government Code 6253B for lack of responsiveness, lack of timeliness in disclosing public records. 6253C and violation of 6734 for willful failure against Phil Ginsburg and orders the Recreation and Parks Department to comply with the request under 6721E and refer the matter to the Ethics Commission.
Please call the next item.
I'm sorry, Cheryl. I just wanted to make sure there was something right at the end there. I want to make sure. I don't know if you got that it was 34 against Ginsburg and against Rec and Park, because you said against Ginsburg and then the Rec and Park to do something. So I just wanted to make sure you got that part in the order, because that's important.
So let's be clear, 6734 cannot be against an agency. It has to be against a person.
Wasn't that the motion?
No, the motion was for 6734 against Ginsburg only.
That's what it was, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it says any elected official, department head, or other managerial city employee.
Okay.
You can't bring a willful failure, because willful failure equals official misconduct. You can't fire the department.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought I had heard you ask, do you want that against both the person and the organization? But I must have heard that wrong. I take it back.
The first three we want against both.
First three, but not the fourth. Okay.
Not the fourth. Okay, great. Let's call the next item. And thank you, parties.
Item number 9, file number 21088, complaint filed by Mark Sullivan against Recreation and Parks Department for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6721B, 6726, 6727, and 6729-7A, and California Government Code 6253C by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and or complete manner, failing to keep withholding to a minimum, failing to provide justifications for withholding, and failing to maintain and disclose correspondence. Here's the preamble. On September 21, 2021, the complaint committee moved by Member Stein, second by Chair Schmidt, to find that the task force has jurisdiction, the requested records are public, and refer the matter to the task force for hearing with a recommendation to find a violation of Administrative Code Section 6721 for timeliness and California Public Records Act 6253C.
Okay. Complaint Chair Schmidt.
Yeah, this was us. It's sort of a paradox, because I think ultimately Mr. Sullivan, I think the reason he brought this case was to prove that you can push a case through without having a hearing. while we're having a hearing. so I don't know exactly what this proves then, but it should be real simple. I think there was a delay. He wanted to find a violation based on the delay. Again, it's Recon Park, but it's much sort of less of a expansive type of violation than the last two cases. And I think it was even admitted that there was delay in this. And so he wants the violation to be reported, I believe. Member Stein, you're the other sitting member of my committee. Do you have anything to add to that?
I don't think so. I mean, there were a couple other violations that were suggested in the complaint, but I think we didn't really see a lot of evidence of those, which is why we focused on 6253C and 6721B.
Okay, so let's begin. Are both parties here?
Ashley Summers here.
I'm sorry, say your name again.
It's Ashley. I'm still here.
Oh, Ashley. Very good. Okay. Thank you. And Mr. Sullivan, are you here?
He's here.
I believe he made a request to be able to not appear here today. I don't know how we handle that, but I think I saw that in the records.
Oh, okay.
I didn't know about that.
Me neither.
He was here. I mean, he's been here.
Yeah, he may still be around, but he's.
Mr. Sullivan, are you on mute?
So here, so there is on page 222, there is a note from him. It says, since this complaint is straightforward, failure to respond in 10 days, the petitioner is asking SOTF to make expedited order of determination without a hearing of the parties, but by vote of the full SOTF. Public comment allowed, of course. I think, okay, I wish I had seen this. I think you wanted a project catalytic type of expedited hearing. The question would then have to be is whether there was affirmation by the respondent to allow that. I don't know if that process got activated. Did it, Ms. Leger?
Not that I know of.
Okay. All right. Well, nonetheless, we can do that here. We can proceed without the party if we so wish. It's up to you.
I see a lot of people nodding their heads.
Yeah, this is so straightforward to do it.
Well, we're gonna go ahead with our regular process then. All right. So we'll note for the record that the petitioner, the complainant, has chosen not to appear. The task force will proceed to adjudicate the case. So the 5-minute opening introduction has been forfeited. We'll now ask for any persons or witnesses that wish to provide any additional facts or evidence on behalf of the petitioner or the complainant. Hearing none, we'll now hear from the respondent. Ms. Summers from Recon Park Department, you have 5 minutes. Please wait for Ms. Leger.
Ms. Summers, are you ready to begin? Hello? Are you ready?
Yes,
Yes. Okay, good. Go ahead.
Okay. Yes, I actually, this particular request I have within our request system, so I have everything right in front of me, which makes it really easy to understand what happened. And it appears that Tiffany responded, but 5 days. So she provided the documents to this complainant, like 58 total documents.
All right, hold on. There's a lot of background noise.
Unless you're speaking, please mute your telephone.
I'm going to mute that for them. Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Please restart
So
the
it looks
clock.
like it 58 documents to the individual and closed the case 5 days late, but she never asked for an extension. So she was 5 days late, but she did respond. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any persons or witnesses provide any facts or evidence on behalf of the respondent? Hearing none, members? I don't know who that phone number is. Okay, shall we move to rebuttals? Okay. Ms. Summers, you are first. You have 3 minutes. Please wait for Ms. Leger.
Are you ready, Ashley?
I'll go ahead and forfeit my time. I don't have anything additional to say.
Okay, thank you. And we'll note for the record that Mr. Sullivan is also forfeit his time. Members, is there any further debate or deliberation? Otherwise, a motion is in order. Oh, I see Member Neighbors and then Member Schmidt. Go ahead. Member Neighbors.
I was going to make a motion, but Member Schmidt, if you have comments or discussion that you'd like to know, should I try again to make my motion? Okay. I move to find the Recreation and Parks Department in violation of Administrative Code 6721B for failing to respond to a records request in a complete and/or timely manner, and CPRA 6253C for failing to respond to a request within 10 days with determination of whether the requester seeks copies of disclosable public records in the possession of the agency.
Is there a second?
This is Member Stein. I will second that.
Moved by Member Neighbor. By Park Department in violation of 6221B, failing to provide public records in a complete timely manner, and California Government Code 6253C for not providing responsive records in a timely manner. Yes, Vice Chair Yankee.
Yeah. Just briefly, maybe I think that was the time period again where 6721B was suspended. So maybe we should just do 6253B and C, or government code 6253B and C would be my suggestion. So I think this was prior to the mayor, the supplemental one that allowed 6721B violations again. It looks like it was back in July or something.
The maker and second.
Yeah.
Agree.
Yes.
You want to add 6253B?
Sorry, what is 6253B again? What does that stand for?
6253B is not making public records available promptly.
Okay.
6253C talks about the 10 days to respond about whether or not there's records.
Okay.
It's both responsive and timeliness. Okay, and shall we Well, since the records seem to have already been, this is just purely timeliness. There's no additional order needed. Seeing member Neighbors, your hand is still up. Do you have something else you want to add? No. Okay, let's open it up for public comment. I hand it to you, Ms. Leger.
Do we have public commenters?
Anonymous number 3.
Do we have other public commenters? Okay, we'll start with anonymous number 3. You ready, sir?
I am.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. This is anonymous number 3. Support the motion. I think in your new pilot that member Neighbors has now for everyone, something like this can now be dealt with much faster, because in the future, hopefully, a respondent agency would simply say in their written response, yep, we took more than 10 days, and no hearings would need to be conducted, if I understand the wording in the pilot program correctly. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Okay, hearing none, public comment is closed. Are we ready for a vote? Hearing no objection, please call roll.
Member Neighbors?
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Wong?
Aye.
Member Wong, aye. Member Padmanabhan?
Aye.
Member Padmanabhan, aye. Member LaHood? I think you're muted.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye. Aye.
Heard ya.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Vice Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Vice Chair Yankee, aye. Chair Schmidt, Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Chair Wolf, aye. Moved by member Neighbors, seconded by member Stein to find Recreation and Parks in violation of 6721B for failing to respond to a records request in a complete and/or timely manner. California Public Records Act 6253B for not making responsive records available. 6253C for not providing responsive records in a timely manner. Did I get that right?
No, we're not doing 6721B
Okay.
because it was not active during that period of time.
Okay. Sorry. This is saving. Okay. Next item.
Okay. Please call the next item.
Item number 10, Chair's Report, Budget Request for 2022.
It's actually item 11 now, but that's okay. So again, I'm reporting on this just to let you know there isn't any updates. I just have it on there in case there were. I have again spoken to Clerk Calvillo, who mentioned she would advocate for it to the Board of Supervisors. So we'll see what happens sometime this month when that happens. If there's anything that you'd like to ask about it, any questions about it? I know there were some questions at the beginning of the meeting about, what can we do to help support it? Yes, write your supervisor. They're throwing us into the same mix as everyone else. So this time, though, hopefully we'll have a little better standing as it's being presented directly through the kind of internal channels instead of us having to fend for ourselves. I think we'll have a little more help this time. So, and we did have meetings with Supervisor Haney's office some months back, Vice Chair Yankee and I, and they were like, yeah, please submit it again in January, and we were very adamant about them being serious, taking it seriously. So, any questions? Member Wong.
Yeah, just a quick question about if anyone has kind of like standard language for writing to our supervisors. Like, I think it would be great if we could also try to provide that to members of the public, so it's not just us reaching out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, the document is, it's why it's here. The document is public. We can provide some boilerplate language if you'd like. It's part of advocacy. I would appreciate if somebody else could do that. I've got a lot on my plate. We have some good writers in the mix here. It doesn't need to be that long. You can glean from the request.
This is Member Wong again. I may have just involunteered myself, so I will volunteer for that.
Thank you.
If you need a partner, Member Wong, I'm happy to work with you also.
Thanks, Member Neighbors. Sorry.
Okay, great. All right, let's open it up for public comment.
Patrick Manette Shaw, please. Mr. Patrick, or just Patrick?
Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan?
Yeah, I'm here.
Do we have other public commenters?
Anonymous number 3.
Mr. Manette Shaw, are you ready?
Yes, Miss Leger, thank you, I am. And then I can hang up and go make dinner.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I was confused by the agenda item title, whether this budget request is for 2021 to 2022 as a supplemental budget request, or for the next fiscal year that starts July 1st, fiscal year 2022 to 2023. I would like to add that I had previously worked with a citizens group named San Franciscans for Sunshine, helping draft long overdue revisions to the Sunshine Ordinance with former SOTF chairpersons, including Allison Washburn, Doug Comstock, Richard Nee, Lee Hepner, and Hope Johnson, along with other Sunshine advocates like my friends Alan Grossman, who is now deceased, Bruce Brugman, and others. We have all collectively known for a long time, as Chair Wolf knows, that SOTF has faced a dual starving of its budget, split between funding support from the city attorney's office and some funding from the clerk of the board of supervisors, my other good friend, Angela Cavillo. I'd be more than happy to advocate on behalf of SOTF complainants and city residents that SOTF's budget be increased really rapidly. I'd be really appreciative of getting boilerplate language and clarification on whether this budget request is for the current fiscal year or ongoing budget enhancements starting July 1. You guys are doing great work. I do not envy you the workload that you have faced for years and years and years without adequate funding. And I really want to see your budget increase. Thank you, guys.
Mr. Sullivan, you ready?
Yes.
Go ahead.
So speaking really quickly on the last item, it's impossible to invoke Procedure 7D, which I did at the complaint committee meeting. I said I was going to do it. I wrote it again before this hearing, and it's on P229. All right, as far as the budget letter is concerned, I'm all for the much-needed budget asked in California Chair Wolf's letter. What floored me was the position of the task force legal advisors and advocates wanting to assert attorney-client privilege, assert that the task force is their client, while not agreeing to represent their objectives. Rule of Professional Conduct, Rule 1.2, Scope of Representation and Allocation of Authority, A, subject to Rule 1.21, which is about no violation of the law. A lawyer shall abide by a client's decision concerning the objectives and representation, and as required by Rule 1.4, outlined communication, shall reasonably consult with the client as to the means by which they are to be pursued. Your client, this is speaking to the lawyers, your client is not the city, it's not yourself. You are supposed to represent the client's decision. There is supposed to be an ethical law and no conflict of interest. Redefining legal memories as file summaries is semantic, so call them now written legal advice. It is, as the Chair Wolf states, unacceptable and offensive. The Chair tried to reason with legal counsel and the city attorney staff. This and other things show that the ethical wall has broken down. Legal counsel wants to narrowly define their role, while the courts have continued to reaffirm a statute, court rule, or other authority shall be broadly construed if it furthers the people's rights of access, and narrowly construed if it limits the rights of access. Section 67.1E. Only a strong open government and sunshine ordinance enforced by a strong sunshine ordinance task force can protect the public's interest in an open government. It appears the legal counsel wants to undermine the sunshine ordinance task force and the people's rights to access. It smacks of politics, closed government, and only opens the door to further scandal and misconduct. Thank you for your time.
Anonymous, are you ready?
I am.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. This is Anonymous number 3. I wholeheartedly agree with both of the prior commenters. You all have a very hard job and a very long job, and you should have the page staff to support you in all of your endeavors. It includes each of your responsibilities under the ordinance, and you could do those potentially much quicker if you had investigative staff. And that, I think, would be the number one thing for you to get through this letter and budget. And that person would be independent of the city attorney's office. And well, I'm not completely sure how much independent they would be of the clerk of the board, because I'm sure they have to have an employer somewhere. So I'm assuming they would report to the clerk of the board. But having a person do that kind of those kinds of duties, which are separate from administrative duties, would be very helpful. The other thing I want to say is, yes, of course, there is this San Franciscans for Sunshine organization. I know some of you have referred me to them in the past. But there are, because of the corruption scandal, there are a lot of new pro-transparency communities popping up. And I don't think the internet is exploited as well as it can be
for advocating for good government, I know it's something I try to do as much as possible. It's, there are traditional ways to advocate for it, but there are also new ways to advocate for good government. And there are a lot more people across the political spectrum who would want to support transparency and budget for transparency. And I hope the task force takes advantage of all of these communities. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Okay, Member Highland, you had your hand up?
I did. Anonymous 3, if that was an application for a position, you're hired. However, it would mean you have to show yourself to us once and for all. So have a think about that. I did want to comment on the actual structure of the letter. I don't know if this has already been sent or we're approving it to be sent. Bruce, where are we on this?
So it's already been sent.
Okay.
It's already been in the pipeline, but in my conversations with Clerk Calvillo, because we're now like in mid budget year of the first year, the way this is going to work is the $50,000 is going to be nullified because they're trying to work on getting their technology together. So that's probably not even going to be considered anyway. So the ask is, even though it's not explicitly stated, the budget folks are well aware that when you ask for staff on it's on a per year basis. So the ask is for $300,000 for a 1 FTE at $150,000, including benefits. And that is really also based upon the calculations from the Department of HR, the Civil Service Department, how the classifications go. But they know what we're asking for, and they'll, once it hits their desks and gets written up, they'll get back to us with the final language.
Okay, so we're asking for 300, so that's 150, and benefits equals 300. Is that what we're saying?
No. It's 150 including benefits for 2 years, for a 2-year budget cycle.
Gotcha.
And then in 2 years we'd have to ask for it again. And
Starting when?
It's immediately.
Not July 1?
Okay, so the way this works is there's a mid-year budget review. They do some reallocations based upon if there have been any additional cost savings, and they can allocate that in mid-year. It usually comes in, I think, February.
Great.
Okay, can you not interrupt, please? Thank you. And then it'll just continue to the end of 2022, and then that'll be June 30th, 2022, and then a new request would have to be asked, since we had, or if and when we get approved for this, then we'll already be in the pipeline as part of the budget. Okay. And if they decide to cut it at the beginning, it'll end up being an add back later.
Gotcha. And this isn't it. I'll wait for your alarm to subside. So this is in addition to the clerk support that we already get.
Just waiting for the alarm to stop. There you go. Yes, this is in addition. Because it provides an additional service that the classification for our current clerk does not provide. And so I've had a very long discussion about this need. Clerk Calvillo, in the end completely agreed. And because of our, situation, having, the legal memos disappearing, this is as close as we can get to getting them back.
Right.
And part of it also will be helping in writing of the orders determination, so that they're in some, like in legal form kind of thing.
Yeah.
So
I have a couple of questions. Are we looking for somebody who's a paralegal?
well, this is called a legal assistant. So it could be somebody who is trained as a paralegal, but they wouldn't be hired as a paralegal because that classification only exists under the city attorney's office. So a legal assistant can be administrated or supervised by any department.
Oh, okay. So that person could work with us.
That's the idea.
Yeah. Oh, that's great.
Yeah. No, that's why we engaged Clerk Calvillo, because it would become part of the clerk's staff and not part of the independent city attorney's office or the other branch of government, the executive branch of government. Stays within the legislative branch.
Cool.
Okay, anything else?
Cool.
Okay, let's move on to the next item.
Item number 12, Administrator's Report, Complaints and Communications. So I have the report in front of me. I have outlined hearings for January, February, and March. I just want to point out on January 18th, the complaint committee will happen the day after Martin Luther King. So if anybody has anything they need to get in before then, sooner the better. And on February 15, I believe, it will also be President's Day. The 14th will be President's Day. The 15th will be the Tuesday for the complaint committee hearing. We did not get a whole slew of cases opened in December. However, I will tell you that in the last week, we actually opened 165 cases in December, which is up by about 25 cases from last year. The numbers for how many cases have been heard are here. Communications, we got two, one from Winship Hillier and one from Anonymous. And then the number of emails, etc., that I receive, including the number of telephone calls. I probably get about 4 or 5 calls a day from people calling about sunshine. Or I got one the other day from a gentleman who asked me if emails and telephone numbers for board members or commission members was transparency. That was a hard one to get through. He didn't want to listen to me. Anyway, that's my report. So I have provided all the emails that I've received. There aren't that many, not as many as typical, but that's the holiday month, so there aren't as many people communicating with the task force at that time.
And I'll add that on January 25th, after the Compliance and Amendments Committee at 6:30, calling for our annual retreat. I hope everybody can make it. And we'll have a lot of, kind of a little more of a free flow time to be able to discuss specific issues. That we have a list going. So if there's something that you want to have discussed, get it to me. One thing that we need to do is an annual report. And so one of the, is some of the complaints we heard tonight that, seem somewhat disturbing. We might want to include that in the report. And why is that important? Because bringing it to Board of Supervisors adds an additional level of, I don't know, call it pressure, if you want, come budget time. And if the Board of Supervisors wants to use a poorly performing department, with regards to their compliance of sunshine, they can do that to get them to come into compliance with withholding that funding. We've seen it happen before in other instances. And just to report, how it's working, what's working, what isn't working. We'll report on all the new efforts to help streamline and make the process work smoother and cleaner and wherever else. But let me know if you have items. And if you can't make it, let me know. And we want to make sure that we can get everybody to show up. That would be great. I see a hand from Vice Chair Yankee.
Yeah, just wanted to verify the dates with Cheryl in March. It looks like you have committees scheduled the 3rd, 4th, and 5th week of the month instead of the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th week. Looks like aren't they usually the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th week? Wouldn't it be the 8th, 15th, and 22nd of March?
Okay, I can change it.
I just want to make is that right? I could be wrong. That's what I thought though. I'm not telling you to. I'm asking if that should be changed.
Yeah, okay, we can change it. Yeah.
I also wanted to note that you'll see in the administrator's report, I don't know who sent it. I think it may have been anonymous. The article in the San Francisco Examiner, and there have been some other articles relating to some sunshine work. And I have been getting calls from folks acknowledging and recognizing our work. So know that these articles, are being read, and people they can put 2 to 2 together that, that we exist and the ordinance exists and transparency is important. Okay, public comment on the administrator's report.
Number 3.
Do we have other public commenters? You ready, Anonymous?
I am.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. This is Anonymous number 3. On 2 of those matters, one, the streamlining that was mentioned, has anything actually, has those tools been now used in order to streamline things? Because I know that when my complaints get noticed, and it's now when everyone's complaints get noticed, they're supposed to have that streamlined process about written responses. But I haven't seen that actually be used at any of the committees. Maybe it just hasn't been in existence for long enough. But theoretically, I believe, if I remember correctly, what was in the final proposal is, based on those written responses, it should be possible for the administrator to allow the task force, or to refer to the task force, maybe it's the chair, I can't remember who, make rulings based on written written responses. And I haven't seen that be done yet, because I think actually Mr. Sullivan's case was pre that full process. So I hope it's actually being used, and maybe it'd be useful to talk about how effective that's been, what the agencies are actually giving you a written response, or they're just ignoring the fact that you have a new process, because I think that might be happening. And second, on the article thing, there are more coming in the next few weeks about how the city just does not comply with the Sunshine Ordinance in broad strokes. And I think those are very useful. And again, because of the widespread, because of the corruption issue, the general public is more interested in the Sunshine Ordinance, which is very useful in order to force and pressure more agencies to comply with the ordinance. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Okay, hearing none, public comment is closed. Next item.
Item number 13, announcements, comments, questions, and future agenda items by members of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force.
Anything, folks? Okay. Since there is no comment, I don't know if will it to just ask, is there any public comment on this item? Nothing's being discussed. Okay, hearing none. Okay, let's move to the next item.
Item number 14, adjournment. I have 10:25.
You got it. So a motion to adjourn.
I'll make a motion to adjourn. This is Member LaHood.
This Member Neighbors, I'll second.
Moved by Member LaHood, second by Member Neighbors. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed?
Let me stop recording.
We are adjourned. Okay. Have a good night. Have a good week.